But why don't we get started, since I think they can hear us. And I just want to welcome everyone to an important meeting of the Santa Barbara Unified School Board on June 23rd, 2020. Welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us by Zoom. Again, we wish we were all together in that boardroom, especially on this occasion. I want to turn it over to our interpreters. I believe that's going to be Ms. Rubalcaba, who will give the instructions.
Thank you, Ms. Capps. In order to provide language access, we will be providing simultaneous bidirectional interpretation in English and Spanish. If you are bilingual, you don't have to click on anything. If you are not bilingual in English and Spanish, you will have to select your language in order to hear the interpretation. If you are on a laptop or desktop, you will see a globe at the bottom right of your screen. Please click on the globe icon that says interpretation and select English. If you are on an iPad or a similar device, locate the three-dot menu and select language interpretation, then select English. When it's your turn to speak, please remember to be loud and clear and speak one person at a time and at a moderate pace, as the interpreter will be interpreting simultaneously into the other language. Any questions? If not, we may begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubalcaba. So now moving on to reporting out closed session items. On item B3, the board voted in support of the recommendation of a settlement amount of $5,800 as recommended by staff. As I said, the motion was made by Ms. Ford and was seconded by Ms. Sims-Moten. In item B4, the board moved to approve the recommendation of a settlement in the amount of $20,175. The motion was made by Ms. Sims-Moten, and I believe it was seconded by Dr. Reed. Those are the closed session items. Lastly, item B5, exciting news. The board voted unanimously in support of the recommendation of a new position of Dean of Student Engagement, and that is Miss Paige DuPont. And that was unanimous, and she'll be introduced at the next board meeting. So those are the three items in closed session. With that, we will turn it over to a special section of this board meeting, in that it is the last board meeting of our superintendent, Carrie Matsuoka. And after 40 years, 40, in education, this is quite a bittersweet night. Does not do our superintendent what he deserves by the fact that we are remote and we're not having a reception and we're not celebrating the way that we would love to and the way that he deserves. But here we are in this reality, and it actually speaks to education that on his last board meeting, it couldn't be more the decisions that have to be made here tonight, and the sort of challenges that we are facing as a community, as a school district, just speaks to how integral our schools are in our community. And Carrie Matsuoka has been in the heart of it for 40 years in the Bay Area and for the last several years here in Santa Barbara. So we have some folks from the community who are going to speak before the board members speak and honor Mr. Matsuoka. So with that, I see here a familiar face to this boardroom and to these board meetings. I would like to ask Miss Kate Parker, former board member, to please speak. I think you're muted, Kate.
Muted. I'm, it still happens. Carrie, I can't believe it's your last meeting. And I can't believe that we're doing this under these circumstances. But I couldn't miss this opportunity to say thank you again. We hired you looking at the breadth of your experience. It was incredibly important to us, to that board at the time. But one of our main goals, one of our main focuses was student equity. And the big concern with you coming on was, okay, is this a superintendent that will continue the work that the district has been just hard on the path on of promoting student equity and excellence for everybody. And you really, really filled those shoes. You stepped up to that. You were everything that we hoped for. You absolutely put students first always, even when it was really tough. And so I want to thank you for that. You really made a huge difference to the students of our district. And I know that it's a legacy that will continue. I feel like it is so ingrained in Santa Barbara Unified at this point. So thank you. And I hope that you have some nice plans for the future, that someday you're back on that Camino de Santiago, someday you're back in Spain, someday that you'll get a chance to travel and enjoy all the perks of being a retired superintendent. But until then, I know that you're around, and I hope that we get a chance to see each other sometime soon.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. That was lovely. And we are also blessed to have with us to speak briefly our County Superintendent of Schools, Susan Salcido. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored to speak. And Superintendent Matsuoka, Carrie, congratulations to you and to Polly and to your family. 40 years. It's truly incredible. And congratulations. And I want to thank you for your impact truly across the county, in the district, and the impact on me personally. And we've been able to speak, so I know that you know that tremendously. Themes that consistently surface when you and I speak, or when I see you engaging with groups countywide, are leadership, culture, systems, teams, integrity, self-identity. And from the very, very beginning, you have built bridges across the county, and especially, I think, with South County partners, your South Coast partners. I want to acknowledge something, Carrie, I haven't been able to say, but you started in 2016. I started in 2017. And I want to say that everyone in the South, I'm talking about the superintendents, started when you started or when I started. So for example, for me, Goleta, Montecito, Cold Spring, and Carpinteria. And with you, it was Hope School District. Right when we started is when the Thomas Fire occurred. And I'm going to tell you, Carrie, that your leadership made not only an enormous difference, but potentially the difference in terms of our leadership in the South. You called me on a Sunday in December in 2017. You're like, Susan, this is it. We got to do this. So we came up into my office and we called all the district superintendents together. And from that point forward, it was a regular, continuous call. And that kind of partnership and bridging has never stopped. So thank you. I also want to say how much I appreciate how you publicly and openly share your love and adoration of your wife, Polly, and your sons and their partners. And I'm sure your team, your Santa Barbara Unified team, but your cabinet also knows this. But I want to say that Carrie openly talks about cabinet members so often. A deep compliment always to you, your integrity, your whip smart skills, and all of the efforts on behalf of youth and families and staff. I don't think a conversation goes by with Carrie that he doesn't talk about his people on his team. So just wanted to let you know. And I want to end by sharing that about 2 weeks ago, the superintendent's entire county came together to say farewell to Carrie. And we were able to we had to deliver to him a crystal apple. And on this little plaque, on this little crystal apple, we put in the smallest font a bunch of words because we felt that we just had to say what we had to say. And here's what we said. To Carrie Matsuoka, in 40 years of education, while your role has changed from teaching chemistry to leading districts, your messages of integrity and identity have remained consistent. Thank you for helping to teach life's most important lessons. So Carrie, thank you for your collegiality and your partnership, and congratulations.
Thanks. Thank you, Superintendent Salcido. That was great. Also, I'd like to call on Craig Price, who has known Carrie from the beginning of his time here in Santa Barbara, our Chief Counsel for the district. Craig, I see your name listed there. Let's hope you can join us, or at least speak to us.
Well, I'm here. Am I coming in?
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Well, that's better. So wonderful. Carrie is actually the fourth superintendent that I've had the privilege of working with since I started doing legal work for the district. And of course, each one of those individuals has had their own unique style. And Carrie is certainly no exception. And over the course of the 4 years that we've worked together, I have had and have enormous admiration for him. In thinking about some of the qualities that I've observed, because sometimes those things go by and you don't really focus on them. But I thought back to, I think, the first meeting with Carrie, in which there were several individuals present in the board conference room. And as I watched each of the individuals there go round and round and offering their inputs and their opinions, I kept wondering to myself, well, when is Carrie going to speak up? And of course, he finally did. But I learned then and have observed ever since that Carrie is a great listener. And he not only listens, but he takes into account what people have to say. And he's very thoughtful. And I've admired that from day one, because especially in my profession, being a great listener is not all that common. Along with those qualities, Carrie is a very kind man. He's extremely patient with people, and through many, many exchanges that I've had with him and watched him, I've seen how much he supports his staff as well as your Board of Education. And I think that's a tremendous quality, especially when occasional challenges are presented. I don't want to repeat what Kate said, but I was going to mention, and I'll only say it briefly, that to my way of thinking, as well as others, a real hallmark of Carrie's leadership has been his deep commitment to equity and improving educational outcomes of Latino youth as well as others. And at times, those efforts have brought about great challenges because, as we all know, change is difficult. But in every case, Carrie has met those challenges with enormous composure, and he has persevered. And I also have a great deal of respect for him. Briefly, I would say that one of his legacies is going to be the tremendous quality of educational leaders that he has overseen the hiring of during his 4 years with the district. And although we're going to miss Carrie, the legacy of those positions and the great people that we have in place will long outlive his superintendency. One more particularly significant issue, I think, that doesn't always come before the board, but remember back in 2016, when Carrie first started, we were 4 months away from a bond election, and he took over the leadership of working toward getting the bond passed, which of course it did. And he shepherded, since that time, the many, many facility projects that have been undertaken and are going on in the district. And very, very frequently, the projects that are now completed or nearing completion have been brought in very close to projected budgets. And as any of us that have worked with school districts for any length of time know, that's quite an accomplishment. It's the exception and not the rule. And added to his facility work, he shepherded the culmination of a 16-year effort to bring into play a long-term revenue-producing lease of the Tatum site out in the Goleta Valley. And not the least of his accomplishments was to shepherd an effort of similar duration to finally acquire the Santa Barbara National Armory, which was a very great accomplishment. So I'm not going to go on any longer, but I just want to say that I've come to have great fondness for Kerry. I admire him professionally, and I like him very much personally. And I will miss him very much at the district office. And although I won't see him there, I do hope we're going to have an opportunity to go fly fishing together. So thank you.
Thank you, Craig. I sure appreciate it. And I want to second what Superintendent Salcido said about Kerry and his team, his cabinet team, because he does. One thing I've always admired about his leadership is the nurturing and the kind words he says about the team and the closeness and the affinity. So another person that didn't get his due justice upon leaving this district is Dr. Ramirez, and Dr. Ramirez is going to speak on behalf of the cabinet team about Superintendent Matsuoka.
Thank you very much, Board President Capps. I have just some prepared remarks. So Kerry, hold on. This evening, we are celebrating an important milestone for you, Kerry, one that marks the conclusion of a 40-year career of public service. I want to begin by expressing how honored I am to have been entrusted by our cabinet to provide a few remarks about such an incredible journey. In thinking about what I may want to share tonight, I wanted to build on the words and wisdom you've imparted on all of us during your tenure. Over the years, I've heard you remark on your time as a classroom teacher and have watched you light up with joy in talking about those experiences. Tonight, I would offer up that you never really stopped teaching. Instead, you traded the confines of a classroom for those of an entire community. Those communities that you've served have benefited from your guidance and care, and I'm not only glad, but immensely fortunate that you chose Santa Barbara as your finale. This community has benefited from your insight, your perspective, and your commitment. Your leadership has allowed other voices to emerge, voices that had forever been among us, but largely silenced. Although there may be a great deal of initial discomfort, I have no doubt that the community will emerge better and stronger for having you. I've also heard you say that your contributions are never to a place, but rather to the field. In that sense, your tutelage and mentorship will resonate for years to come. You have forever molded the perspective of so many who have worked under your leadership and those who have watched you lead from afar. Being a leader today is no easy task, and leading with dignity as you have done is even more difficult. However, you have provided us a guidepost for what it means to lead with courage. The elasticity of the status quo is incredibly resilient, but you have challenged all of us to press on, to reset the parameters of education to serve all who come to our schools. So as we celebrate the conclusion of this phase of your life, of an incredible career, I'd like to leave you with a reminder that those of us who have had the pleasure of serving with you are ready to take up that challenge. We are ready to take on the next frontier and work hand in hand with others to bring about a fundamental reshaping of schooling that benefits all students, that unlocks the potential of those who have been historically underserved and allows our educational system to finally live up to its ideals. Know that for a quiet man, you sure do make a lot of noise. Thank you for everything you have done. We love you, and best of luck, my dear friend.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Dr. Ramirez. Now it's time for the board to speak. I'm not going to call on anybody or just if anyone wants to lead off. Or I can call on people. Okay, Ms. Sims-Moton.
Officially unmute myself before I speak, so I'm trying to get that out. So, wow, Kerry, you know, from the time that you announced your, retirement, I have struggled with this because of being in such a place with such a wonderful leader who has grown and has grown us, so to speak. I think back. The main thing I want to say is thank you, because in 2016, when you probably realized you got three new board members coming on, like, oh my Lord. So I want to personally say thank you for being patient with us, although we come as leaders from many different places, but how we need to lead as a board. You were patient with us when we pushed you in different directions, and you gave us ideas ideas, you open ideas, you push back on ideas. So thank you. And I know that we are a better and stronger board for this next go round in terms as our new superintendent is coming on. And so I want to thank you for that. And I also want to say in terms of what this leadership has been on in August 2016, when you spoke at the San Marcos Days. And so coming on and had worked with other superintendents as a parent, but now working with the superintendent as a board, I was like, yeah, I want to be on this team. Because you did speak about equity, you did speak about the very inequities that we have when we're just maybe yards away from each other, right? So you spoke about that very earnestly and said that we have to take this on, you know, as a district. And so I was so excited about being a part of that change. And every ounce of what you said and you talked about, we have really been pushed, we have been challenged, we have been, you know, just inundated in terms of that, but certainly stayed the course of what we needed to do. And so some of that coming out of that is, I described it as your courageousness and grace under fire. Because you know, we've been feet to the fire since 2016. And you have been there, you know, literally, you know, fires of nature and, you know, all sorts of things that we really have been in, but you have stood there and you've shown grace through all of that in, you know, in many challenges that we have. And you've also moved us, pushed us, nudged us, and nurtured us toward the 21st century, how we need to think differently to be able to speak to the students that are coming into the community and things that we need to be open about, be ready for this next place and phase that we're going. And, you know, Dr. Ramirez spoke and said something. I will miss you too, Dr. Ramirez. You know, I've already spoken to you, but I wanted to say something that you had mentioned at our DLAC meeting, and that about when you were coming into this district, you said, I was just going to come in, I was going to do my job, and I was going to be there. But I quickly learned that I was going to have to do something different, right? And so that's, Carrie, you were doing something different, and it's hard to change in a community such as Santa Barbara. Let's just call that what it is, right? It's hard to do that, but we've been steadfast and on a mission. And speaking of mission statements, you know, I said, Carrie, what does that mean? But I soon learned that what it is, you know, and just right behind you, that you should be there. We prepare students for a world that's yet to be created. And that really is a daily call to action. It is a daily call to refocus us when we get out of line as to what's going on. It brings us back, is what we're doing, is the action we're taking really preparing our students, you know, for a world that's yet to be created. And I think we're working that. And as the world is being created, we are beginning to see the student voice that is there, that's helping, you know, their world that's being created. So just, you know, encouraging that. And you just always work to keep minds open, even when we were just driving you crazy. I'm just going to own that part as a board. you stood with us and you stood in there and you kept your mind open in terms of what we would do. And I know that I am a better board member for it with regards to that. And also, you're a quiet leader. You are quiet in so many ways, but there's so much, as Dr. Ramirez spoke, and said, and the folks that spoke before me, that said, there's that leadership. Sometimes there's quiet leadership that's going on, and that's a legacy that you were nurturing quietly, just going on about that. But you can actually see that, and that is so important in terms of the depth of when you leave. What have I left in the wake of my leadership, right? So knowing that it's great, it's steady, it's ready to go, and we can carry on. And then again, I really, really just want to say thank you. I mean, I know those are inadequate in terms of the things that you've done, but that's huge for me to say thank you. And I appreciate you. And you know that I've said to you that it's good to go down the road with somebody. You get to know them a little bit better depending on the road. And I think we've got to know each other a whole lot, because we've been in some rough roads, and we've been in some smooth roads, and we've had some wins and we've had some gains, and they've all been necessary for us to move forward in the way that we need to move forward. And lastly, I'll just say that, you know, every picture has a story. And I was looking through some things, and I saw the Independent where you were front and center on that picture. And that's a story. You have told a lot of stories in between, and started a lot of stories, you know, in between the time that you have been here. So appreciate that, and know that you have been really working for respect, diversity, and social justice and inclusivity. So thank you for those. And so while we bid farewell for you as a superintendent, we welcome you as a staunch advocate for students and a community member. So thank you so very much for working. I'll see you down the road a bit. So thank you, Carrie.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. Okay, other board members, we do need to move this along. We could obviously do this for a long time, but Ms. Ford.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Capps. Carrie, tonight, I swear that none of us talked to each other ahead of time, but as you can see, there are some themes that are already resonating. But I in particular want to thank you not only for your service to this district, but to the kids of California for whom you devoted your entire career. And as you make plans to retire in a week or so and enter into that gray world called semi-retirement, because you'll definitely have more time on your hands, but you probably won't be able to stop thinking about the kids of California. I just want to remind you again of another group that has benefited greatly from your wisdom and your experience, and that is your cabinet of leaders. It is a tricky dance to be a mentor, giving enough guidance and feedback and advice to turn almost every situation into something that is a learning one, and yet to give enough rope of freedom and independence to allow for innovation and new directions and learning from mistakes. My conversations with and my observations of so many of your cabinet members and other district leaders reveal that they believe so strongly that you struck just the right balance, what I like to call the Goldilocks effect. Not too much, not too little, just right. The expressions publicly tonight, as well as the many more private expressions of this that I know you have and will receive, make that very clear. I'm certain that in the coming months and the coming years, you will not only at least get a little more sleep, hopefully, and you will keep thinking about the kids of California, but you will also find ways to continue to mentor, to guide and to advise other young leaders who need help navigating these wild, wild waters of California education. So thank you, and I wish you the best.
Thanks, Ms. Ford. Ms. Munoz. Or Dr. Reed, either one.
Okay, I can go next if you like.
Thank you.
Yes, Carrie, I want to thank you for so many of your efforts here. I want to be able to see you while I'm speaking. I appreciated all the contributions that you've made to see that our district will excel. When I first met you and you asked me questions like, hey, do you like to read? Hey, how about this and that? I could see, you know, that you were a lifelong teacher, that you were in it for the bottom line, you know, for the best for our students, for our community. Your diligence and outreach with other districts when we've had things that we want to see how we can do, you know, such as like the sustainability, such as issues with equity. You've reached out to other districts and brought back to us what other districts are doing, communicated with the board and learned how to work with each of us as board members and the cabinet, and also our principals and our staff at the schools to ensure that the needs of all of our students are met. You know, many times at lunch we would meet about, you know, concerns that we had, that the district had. I'd bring up things that, Lord, I usually had a list of 5 or 6 things, and we would go one by one. How are we going to do this? So in, you know, as Ms. Sims Moulton says, and my colleagues and the cabinet, you know, your interest in equity and social justice has always been there. Your support of the diversity of our student body, and also the need for inclusivity, that we need to listen to all voices. And, you know, that foundation has prepared us for what's to come and where we're at right now. And then having the courage to make a difference as a school district, not settling for, you know, for where we're at, but how can we do this even better? So I appreciate you. I've appreciated how well I've seen you work with the cabinet, and thank you so much. And I know we'll talk again. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Munoz. Dr. Reed. You're muted. You're muted.
No, I know.
Okay, good.
So I can't believe that we are actually in the final meeting, Carrie. It just kind of blows my mind that we're actually in this place. And it really, a lot of, like what other people have said, is really kind of a theme that I'll be sharing as well. And though I'm going to try to be as succinct as possible, as I was told I only had a few minutes, but too bad. I'm just going to have to say a few more things. So as I stated numerous times on the dais and off, that I ran for this board to ensure that the goals of the previous board and district leadership, that of moving equity and cultural proficiency forward, might be stalled or dismantled, but indeed that was not the case. We have moved forward in seeking to achieve more equitable practices, though we know it is still not enough. More needs to be done, and that words won't suffice, and it must be our actions that will show our intent to elicit change. And we'll be speaking to this later with our Black Student Youth SB Action Plan and Resolution. But now I just want to share what I appreciated about your leadership, specifically in terms of being a change agent, for supporting our students who did not have a voice, who have struggled to be given a distinct pathway that supports their individual and collective success in student achievement and to be college and career ready. Now, not all of your decisions have been accepted with support. In fact, there have been those who have stepped forward to aggressively disagree with your decisions. As you know, though, being a change agent isn't always seen as positive. With change oftentimes comes fear and sometimes resentment. But what I've also seen is that with time, many of these changes that you have framed have indeed led to improved practices that have benefited our students. So I want to acknowledge that you have had the courage to address inequities, and you have strived to ensure that we have the best leadership in place in our schools. You pushed implicit bias training to support the professional development of our staff. You have supported the efforts of many of our community partners to ensure inclusive practices that support our students. Sometimes people believe that if you support equitable practices that support students who need extra guidance and mentorship, that this is going to take away from those high achieving students or impact their achievement levels. But you know, as I know, this isn't the fact. In fact, it has been your practice to strive to meet the needs of both our high achieving students and those who have needed extra support. And I thank you deeply for that. What began as a push for cultural proficiency and the equity framework led to the district being one of the first districts to design and launch the ethnic studies requirement. The push for ethnic studies requirement couldn't have happened without your support to lead the way when other districts weren't following suit. In November 2018, after 2 years of work achieved in a large part through community advocacy, like Ethnic Studies Now, and collective implementation planning with Sean Carey's leadership, we have achieved the goal of implementation of this requirement in the next school year because of you. This is only the beginning, and of course, more will need to be done to ensure that we are implementing this requirement with fidelity. But I would also like to say that it's been important that we have been able to reach this milestone. Thank you for your leadership, for stepping forward to push for equitable changes against odds, and then keeping forward and moving forward with the sensitivity that you have. I too have learned so much from you. I will miss collaborating with you and working with you. And as Ms. Sims-Moten said, I am a better board member because of you. I truly have respected your leadership of this district. I want to acknowledge your 40 years, oh my God, in education. And thank you and congratulations on your retirement. May you enjoy some leisure time and travel when it's possible again with your family. And I do hope to be able to toast you with a glass of wine at some point. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. And I'll just round things out here with so many wonderful, heartfelt comments just to add my own. I just want to thank Carrie for, in addition to everything that's been said, 2 things. When he started here, there was not one solar panel on our buildings, even though Santa Barbara Unified School District is one of the biggest property owners in this area. And now, thanks to this push here that Carrie's really instrumental in doing so. We will be soon be 94% reliable on renewables. And that's a real legacy, a real something, an imprint here in this district that will save us countless amounts of money. And the second thing is your love of family. It's been spoken to tonight, but I just always appreciated about you, even in the heat of real challenges, you know, always asking me, oh, how's Oscar? How's your mom? It's just that the decency, the humanity that you have. And with that, I know this semi-retirement will lead to so much more time with your family. I can sort of envision you walking or running down at the beach already and having more time to do that, more time with your sons, more time with Polly. And that makes me very happy for you. You deserve it. You deserve it. A lot of hard work has gone in, and now it's time to really be with your family more and enjoy what Santa Barbara has to offer. So I just want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to you for your service to this district. And I believe that we've finished our comments here. Again, just to repeat, we wish this was in different circumstances of all being together and toasting or whatever that might be. But with this, I want to turn it over to you, Superintendent Matsuoka, for your final superintendent comments and report.
It's not often that you get to be the the recipient of the words, the appreciations. So thank you. I was going to try and do this without tears, but it's hard. You know, I decided to spend this last board meeting in the boardroom for just a whole bunch of symbolic reasons, sentimental ones. I've spent 14 years in boardrooms, feels like my entire life. And it's been such an honor and a privilege to serve school districts up and down the state. What a gift to finish in Santa Barbara. I'm sure my wife is not watching this because she doesn't watch board meetings, but I just want to publicly acknowledge Polly, my wife. We've been married almost 40 years, and it's great that my career coincides so much with the marriage to my dear wife. I could not have survived this job without her. And the really cool thing is we got married in Santa Barbara, like a mile and a half away from the district office. So you talk about full circle. So what a gift. You know, I want to thank the board that hired me. It's great to hear Kate Parker. And also thank you to this current board. The amount of work that a school board member puts in is a thankless task. And I always try to remember that as I work with you as individuals, as a board. And wow, you have a lot of work ahead. So I want to thank you for your service and for the collaboration that we've had trying to lead Santa Barbara Unified. Heard lots of appreciations about cabinet. You know, all of those achievements, many of those could not have been done without the support of the team that I have the privilege of serving with. You know, we've accomplished a lot, but so much of it has been done through the people that I've worked with, certainly cabinet and the cohort of principals that we have right now. I couldn't be prouder of the group that's going to be leading our schools. So it was about 10 years ago, I really felt a call to do civil rights work in public education. And I was kind of minding my own business in Los Gatos, Saratoga, this quaint little district in Silicon Valley. And I really heard a call. And I didn't know what that meant. The first destination it took me was to Milpitas Unified. But boy, has it lived out and played out in Santa Barbara. The amount of work that we've done around equity, around justice, about the civil rights for every student who needs that. And what a time in our country. And so I leave in a time of, you know, uncertainty, but also with a lot of hope and a lot of pride at what's going to happen in our school district and in our community. So thank you to everyone who's offered comments tonight. I appreciate you. Thanks for this moment to bring closure to my career. I appreciate all of you. And my last superintendent's report. So we do have one sort of traditional piece of work here, and I see Hortensia Corral, who's just joined us. And so to the board and to the community, the board appointed Hortensia as elementary AP at Roosevelt and at Adams. And for some of our board members, she is very familiar. It's amazing that Ms. Capps actually knows her from childhood. So Hortensia has been in our district for, gosh, decades. She's been a teacher, especially at Roosevelt. She's been helping out with our ELD program. And so she gets to also return home, so to speak. She didn't leave for that long, but she gets to serve both the Roosevelt and Adams community. So I've invited Hortensia to offer a few introductions of herself to the board, and then take it from there.
Thank you so much. I don't even know how to follow everything that I've heard tonight. Buenas tardes and good evening, members of the board, cabinet, Mr. Matsuoka, and members of the educational community. I'm so honored to speak at this particular meeting, which is our superintendent's last in his incredible journey. Thank you so much for your service, Mr. Matsuoka. I want to express my deepest appreciation for this opportunity to introduce myself. I look forward to starting my new assignment and serving over 1,100 diverse students at both Roosevelt and the Adams campuses. I have a passion for engaging students and their families in learning. The positive relationship between school and home has long-lasting and deep-rooted importance in improving outcomes for students. In this new role as assistant principal, on top of implementing all of the legal and logistical matters pursuant to the role of an assistant principal, it is my intention to not only maintain the strong links that Adams and Roosevelt have with their families and staff, but to deepen them. In order for you to get a better feeling of who I am and my deep commitment to improving outcomes for students, I'd like to share just a little bit about my background. I was born and raised right here in Santa Barbara. My parents are both immigrants. My dad was a construction worker whose work included the downtown public library. And after having 6 kids, my mother returned to school to earn her degree in accounting. She modeled strength and perseverance, and together they both modeled strength and dignity and unity. My siblings have gone on to become lawyers, engineers, successful businessmen, and now I'm an assistant principal. My parents have taught me the power inherent in learning, and my father never even passed the 5th grade. So it just shows how much a family can really impress upon a child. I started as a bilingual educator over 20 years ago in the Oxnard School District before coming to Santa Barbara Unified School District, but I've lived here my entire life. In this era of COVID-19 and remote learning, the skills that I've developed as a Script Fellow, South Coast Science Project teacher leader, as the district ELD TOSA, and as a tech integrator won't just be helpful, but will be critical for working hand in hand with teachers and site leadership when we create structures for students and for teachers to better collaborate and to improve outcomes for our students. I will help to maintain and improve culturally responsive instruction as teachers continue to connect with families and students through technology. And I also plan to bridge opportunities to communicate with parents and guardians. My proudest accomplishment is in raising my 2 boys, Daniel and Ian, who are thoughtful and kind and bright. Ian attends Roosevelt. He's also spending part of his summer right now in a 3rd grade book club, and Daniel's finishing up his college experience. I am so very excited to start to Zoom or to meet in person, hopefully, with Adams and Roosevelt parents and teachers whom I admire immensely. And as we continue to ready students for a world that has yet to be created. So thank you so much for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Corral. I just have to say, as a Roosevelt parent, we're so excited. So welcome. We're all rooting for you. And thanks for your lovely comments. is that it for your report, Mr. Matsuoka? Oh, you're muted.
Yes, it is. I know we have a long agenda ahead of us.
We
So-
do. I forgot something as I'm navigating technology at the beginning, the Pledge of Allegiance. So actually, maybe it's fitting because this is the last time and you're sitting right there in front of the flag. I can turn to you and ask Mr. Matsuoka to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
So wherever you are, let's honor our country and our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. With that, we are moving on, and we do have quite a long meeting tonight and extremely important topics, and a lot of people, members of the public in our community here who care so much, who have asked to speak. So we will move to public comments on non-agenda matters. That's item C8. And I will turn it over to the tireless Ms. Trujillo, who has managed this. I wanted to just make one note. I see some hands up on the Zoom here, and I think we do things, just to explain, we do things differently than they do in the City Council. The way to speak was to have submitted your name prior to 4 p.m. So those two hands that are up, I just want to not leave you hanging there and explain our process. So with that, Ms. Trujillo, if you could introduce our first public comment speaker on non-agenda items.
Yes, good evening, President Capps and members of the board. We have 13 speakers for this item. So I'm going to call the first 5 names so people can be ready to when I get to their names. So the first 5 is Roseanne Crawford, Linda Bonet, Justin Shores, Christian Alonso, Rod Walters. So I will start with Roseanne Crawford.
Hi, this is Roseanne Crawford. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Lovely, thank you. How do you achieve economic equality? Well, you improve academic standards. This district continues to fail all students in this area. Beginning in elementary school, giving students the tools to succeed, reading, writing, and math are fundamental. Look at our scores. Not much has changed. This is what keeps people down. 20 years ago, I voiced the same complaints. My son, now a successful chemical engineer, had to go to college to learn to write. And that's how he learned to write. That's pretty sad. Thank God we had resources. I moved my daughter to a different school that focused on standards. She had fallen 2 years behind in math, and I moved her to a school that focused on this, and she excelled 2 years above in math.
30 seconds.
She is now a physician, a family physician. You must do better to prepare our youth to enter the job force or continue to higher education. Thank you, and thank you for your service, Dr. Matsuoka. You've done a wonderful job, but we must continue. There's much more work that needs to be done in this area.
Next, we have Linda Bonet.
You can't hear me very well?
There, we can hear you now. You may begin.
Okay. Just like last meeting, I would like to address my comments to our new superintendent, Hilda Maldonado. I hope she's listening. I would like to speak on equity for students, especially in the minority communities. I'm a realtor in Santa Barbara, and parents always want to buy a home in a desirable school district. The only problem is the median home price here is $1.3 million, give or take. How many families can afford that, let alone in the minority communities? I've heard that Ms. Maldonado says there's a need for equity. They say she's an all kids believer. So I look forward to working with her to bring equity in elementary school districts by giving all parents a choice in what school they want their kids to attend. Why should only parents that can afford $1.3 million home be able to choose the school they want their children to attend? Excelling schools, underperforming schools, let's all work towards removing the well-funded, status quo, establishment in Santa Barbara schools that prevent parents from sending their kids to excelling schools. Our group of concerned parents of all races and communities look forward to working with you to improve the test scores as we've talked about before, and school equity for all our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Justin Shores.
Hi, thank you. Hi, just a couple points here. I read an article in a national publication that was titled, I'm just going to give you the title, Santa Barbara School District, where Marxism and Black Lives Matter, but academics not so much. I see you're patting yourselves on the back for all the social justice you've done, but you guys have failed. You guys have an F in reading and math. And Matsuoka is leaving with a failing grade. You guys are not educating our kids. Our kids are leaving with poor competency. They can't even read or write. The violence is going up, and as you put in more of this curriculum to drive in more racism into our communities, the violence is going to go up. So you need to put people on the same. If we're all equal, then make it so. And you guys really need to wake up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Christian Alonso. Christian, are you there?
Good evening, board members. Thanks so much for your time. My name is Christian Alonso, and I'm the president of the Santa Barbara Young Democrats. Thank you to Superintendent Matsuoka for your many years of service as an educator. I owe everything to the public school teachers in my life. Like many tonight, I'm here voicing support for our courageous Black students and their demands. I appreciate your letter of support and hope to hear more about meaningful actions that this board will take to enact these policies. To the white folks on this call, please recognize that a group of white supremacists consistently show up to these meetings, Goleta Unified and its City College, and they call themselves Fair Education SB. They say horrible racist things, they dog whistle, they file lawsuits against our school district for trying to implement anti-racist policies, and they target and harass our board members and staff. If you are here to be critical of our board and persuade them to enact our Black students' demands, good, let's hold them accountable. My other ask is that you follow the example of our youth and keep showing up to drown out the white supremacist voices in our community. Show these board members that you'll have their back in these meetings and at the ballot box as we work together to dismantle white supremacy in education. We're not going to let groups like Fair Education SB get away with what they're trying to do. We won't allow any of them to be elected to the school boards, and we won't tolerate their racist and harmful rhetoric in our schools and at these meetings. Please, 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 my fellow Santa Barbarans, if you are committed to racial justice in education, keep showing up. We need your help, and so does Goleta Unified and Santa Barbara City College too. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. I'm going to name the next 5 speakers. Sorry. Mickey Hamill, Sharon Jagodka, Sheridan Rosenberg, Barbara, I don't have her last name, and John McLearn. And we'll start with Mickey Hamill.
So I wanted to talk about the ethnic and social justice studies courses that Black Lives Matter are demanding. I read the details of the curriculum and quote, students engage in dialogue and transformational change, overcoming systems of power, privilege, oppression, and moving towards liberation. It doesn't say liberation from what, but just liberation. And quote, the course empowers students to become agents of change. So now the school has gone from educating kids to making them advocates. This is totally inappropriate for a public school to make children agents of change. But that's what this course wants to do. And you are allowing the BLM people to put this into our system of change, liberation against our current culture and political systems. The BLM movement has morphed from
30 seconds.
From improving racial relations, which is welcome and needed, to a Marxist revolt in the tradition of SDS and the Weatherman Underground. It uses kids as agents of change. See Seattle. There is nothing that is being done in Seattle Chop Zone that is helping race relations. BLM leadership now in Seattle incites change and anarchy through intimidation and brute force. They cannot argue their point of view through normal democratic discourse, so they use kids, agents of change, they're cowards, to create a chop zone in Seattle. Our students are
you.
not there for you to make them agents of change. They're there to get educated.
Time. Thank you so much.
And just a reminder to the public, these are comments for non-agenda items, not for agenda items. So just want to make sure we stay on task there.
Next, we have Sharon Jagota.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You may begin.
Good evening, and thank you. My name is Sharon Yegotka. I'm a mother of a 5th grader and at Roosevelt and an 8th grader at Santa Barbara Junior High. I would like to bring to your attention that the current math curriculum, Envision, and reading curriculum, Open Court, are not aligned to standards and are out of date according to the Williams Act. For the last 7 years, my children have never brought home a reading or math book to refer to when doing their homework. This has left us as parents scrambling to find instruction, particularly in math. Beginning in 3rd grade with my oldest son, his math test scores consistently kept getting lower and lower. We hired a qualified retired math teacher who teaches locally here. We are paying $480 a month to fill in where our school has failed. Currently, our math tutor is tutoring 4 students from the same school because they have not received the instruction deserved. Students have no student workbooks and there are no materials available because it is out of print. This is extremely upsetting, and I am sure it would be to other parents. It is sad and disturbing that the Santa Barbara School District is pushing curriculum such as the sex ed, teen talk, and the proposed ethnic studies requirement. Our children must learn how to read, write, and understand math facts. If we want to reduce the school to prison pipeline, we have to teach our children the basics and give them a good, healthy, solid foundation so they can succeed in life. Lastly, I absolutely respect the concerns of parents and the community pertaining to the coronavirus. My husband and I strongly believe that our children need to be in school this fall 2020. If school continues with remote learning, many children, including the Latino population, will sadly fall through the cracks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Sheridan Rosenberg.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd love to echo what Sharon Jagota just said. She said it all. You guys are wildly afoul of what you're supposed to be doing with the Williams Act, with current curriculum, with educating kids. And what we hear all over and over again is this kind of navel gazing, self-congratulatory. There's so much talk from all of you about equity, about social justice and inclusivity. But you're known for everything but that. I mean, in order to have those things, that requires transparency and honesty. And what we need from all of you is a large and open tent where all are welcome and all are valued and all voices are heard. And I just don't think that the district is really committed to equity in any way, especially when you have subterfuge and secrecy, which is basically unsustainable. And on March 2nd, I've reported this to you before, so is Moni DeWitt. We were forcibly removed from an LCAP meeting.
30 seconds.
Attending in the back of the room by Sean Carey and 2 other staff members who admitted that we had every right to be there. What you need to do is stop with this closed loop of your cadre of friends that are on these committees behind closed door to review over and over again curricula and other policy. You need to open it up to the public at large. Transparency is key. Honesty is key.
Thank you. Next I have a Barbara, but I don't have her last name, so I'm not able to find her. So I'm going to go to the next 3 is John McLearn, Lorraine Woodwork, and John Morse. So I will go ahead. Oh, Barbara's just flagged me. Okay. Go ahead, Barbara.
We as citizens, community members, students, teachers, sisters, and brothers must scrutinize the roots of what we align with. We are agreeing for all people to stand in unity for the perseverance of our schools and for a peaceful society. We are agreeing for the focus in our schools to be on our children, to give them good education with the building blocks of reading, writing, and arithmetic. But with only 54% being proficient in reading and only 45% in math, we have failed them. Why have we focused on racism, which is the biggest crisis? Our nation elected a Black president not once but twice, and he was much loved by millions. I understand Jewish people and other nationalities also share feelings of racism. maybe someone can kindly help me to please understand why leaders of Black Lives Matter wants to tear down statues of Jesus. We love Jesus. He's dear to our hearts. He's our nation loves Jesus too. I believe that people must feel if left to their own thinking, that they would not agree with such destructive behavior, and to tear them down because Jesus is portrayed as a white person. Is this not racism? Please, community, what are we aligning with? Let us not use words of intimidation against one another, but be good examples of repairers of bridges, and to love and to forgive and not take vengeance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Lorraine Woodwork.
There we go. Oh, good evening. Congratulations to the new assistant principal, Hortensia Corral. I mean, she was fabulous. I loved her speech, and she stated how important her family is to her and the opportunities her family's received, all to be successful professionals. She is the result of a real education that taught reading, writing, and arithmetic that is lacking in today's education in Santa Barbara School District. And she and her siblings were now prepared to be successful professionals. The school board's primary duty is to oversee actual education and prepare for each student's future. Schools that focus on actual education for their students rarely end up behind bars. Students' parents should be teaching kids to be kind to everyone, regardless of age, race, gender, background, everything. The school board should reinforce that. However, the school board should not be dividing students according to race, as it creates racial and other divisions by teaching kids to hate each other who are different from themselves. That's absolutely wrong.
30 seconds.
Your goals are not to fix, your goals appear to be not to fix or repair anything or even teach students how to get along. If the United States is such an oppressive, racist country, why do hundreds of millions of people want to immigrate here all the time? They're not fleeing to socialist countries. They want to be free for economic opportunity and freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Morse. John, oh, go ahead.
Yes, good evening. My name is John Morse. I'm a member of Fair Education Santa Barbara. At the last board meeting, district staff members and employees were allowed to pile on against Fair Education members and accuse them of being white supremacists. I can assure you that Sheridan Rosenberg, with her name, would not be welcome at any white supremacist gathering. Similarly, Greg Gandred, who's married to a man of color from Brazil, would also be unwelcome. While I agree that district employees have a right to free speech, I question whether this right extends to putting a target on the backs of people they disagree with and potentially subjecting them to physical harm. In this time where emotions are running high, this is a very real concern. At prior meetings, this board lectured Sheridan Rosenberg and Moni DeWitt about the need to be respectful in their public comments. However, this board did nothing.
30 seconds.
Speaker accused Fair Education members of being white supremacists. Given this way the board has acted in the past, I would not be surprised to learn that the board members were aware that these attacks were coming and openly encouraged them, or at least decided to let them happen. I yield my time.
Thank you. The last speaker, John McLearn. I am not able to see him on the attendee list. So he's not online. That concludes public comment on this item. Oh, there he is. I'm sorry. Thank you, John. You may begin.
Can you hear me, Sandra?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. Members of the board and also people who are listening on the Zoom call, I have a couple of comments and questions for everyone. First of all, I'm a little bit confused about the congratulatory remarks given to the outgoing superintendent, because as it's been stated by several members of the public and parents here in this Zoom, that the proficiency in math is 43 to 45% overall. Reading proficiency is 52 to 54% overall. And so I would not, in good conscience, be congratulating anyone on this board, superintendent or otherwise, for that kind of proficiency. It's not good enough. It's not acceptable. Also, as Sharon has said, that mother a few comments ago, who talked about how she needs to pay for a tutor. How is that equitable education when in order to get good education, a mom has to go pay money for education? That's not equitable. We have about 66% of the student body that are Hispanic students, majority of them are low income, which is roughly 10,000.
30 seconds.
How are they going to get equitable education here with this school district and this board? It's just deplorable. Also, where is the parental involvement in the ethnic studies that's set to be voted on, which the board, you guys have already said you want to implement as a curriculum here? I have not seen any parental review for this board at all with this ethnic studies.
Time. Thank you. President Capps, and that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hio, and thank you to our speakers. So now we move into the consent agenda, and I see that there are a few speakers for consent items. Let me first ask, before we turn it over to the speakers, if any board members want to pull any items from consent. Ms. Sims-Moton.
Don't want to pull anything, but I think we skipped over donations.
I did. Sorry about that. It's hard for me to go from
I know it's hard.
screen to screen here. Yes. Would you like to make a motion?
I absolutely move with gratitude, accepting of the donations.
I will second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. Okay, back to consent. Thanks for that. Any items? If not, we'll turn to our speakers, I believe, who are speaking on item E11. Is that right, Mr. Hio?
Yes, that's correct. So we have 3 speakers, John Douglas, Sheridan Rosenberg, and Roseanne Crawford. So we'll begin with John Douglas.
Thank you, board and board president and superintendent and staff. You guys are doing a great job. I heard somebody say that you're letting the students down. I've got 2 students that attended Santa Barbara Unified School District junior high and high school, and God, they got a great education. They did, and they went on to get college degrees and all. So thank you for all you do. I also read through the demands of the Black students in the district and the board's proposed response, and all those whereases and so on. I've read them, and I think they're very comprehensive and sensitive and appropriate to the demands of the students, which I think are also worthy and worthwhile. So I'm just calling in to urge the board to adopt the resolution. Okay, thank you. To adopt the resolution. And I had one question about ethnic studies, and I support expanded ethnic studies programming in the district from elementary school forward. And I'm just wondering if in the junior highs and high schools, if it's mandatory. I noticed that it seemed to indicate it was advanced students or something. I think it should be mandatory for all students. Anyway, thank you for letting me make comments.
Thank you. Next we have Sheridan Rosenberg.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Thank you. So I'd just like to pick up where I left off, which was really, I'm emphasizing that these committees need to be opened up, public. This curriculum is half-baked at best. I mean, if you're going to use Howard Zinn, that's a big red flag for sure. I mean, he was fiercely anti-Israel. And, you know, I really want to speak to what this could potentially be. Santa Barbara is such a diverse community, and there are so many people here from all over the world who have their children in the school district. And what we need to do is kind of stop making this a coffee clutch of Sean Carey's friends and open this up to a public sort of conversation with people from the district, from all walks of life, who have stories to tell, who could make ethnic studies, I think, a model program for the state, if not the United States. And that means that we need to take a look at what they've done so far. And the idea of having these meetings behind closed doors in this tiny little committee
30 seconds.
is ridiculous on its face. I think that what we need to do is open it wide up and have all of us there to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Roseanne Crawford.
Hi, Roseanne Crawford here.
Yes, go ahead.
For true change, what we need is back to basics to improve equity for all. Reading, writing, math. I was pleased to see the new ethnic studies classes incorporate a heavy reading and writing component. I hope this is just not creative writing, and that there are fundamental standards with the writing, such as spelling and grammar, in association with these classes. Those that have the best foundation and basics, reading, writing, and math, will be in a better position to enter the job force or continue their education. Thank you for carefully looking at this and evaluating before you make any choice that will affect a whole generation of children to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And President Capps, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda. Dr. Fee.
I move to approve the consent agenda item.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, just to do a little agenda maintenance here. We have 325 people attending this meeting. A couple hundred were with us till late 2 weeks ago, about 11:30 at night, when we didn't get into the item on reopening of schools until quite late. So we, out of fairness to that and the many speakers that were patient that evening, some had to drop off, understandably, but now want to speak, we are going to move that agenda item up, that report. So that will be the first action, is the report on opening of schools. Let me just call it up as I move here from my screens. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. We, you know what, Mr. Tay, we're going to come back to the public hearing now that I've already done that introduction on item F1. So I'm taking some liberty here to be respectful of those who are patiently waiting and move us to item G1. I'm sorry here. It would be item G14 will be our first action item on board report number 2, school reopening and approval of recommendations. So I did that in part because of the late hour that we attended to it last 2 meetings ago, but also because there is new information about the recommendations that I think would be very helpful for so many members of the public to hear at a more reasonable hour right now. And so with that, I would like to ask the executive cabinet to speak first and give the staff report, and then we will turn to the public comment. My final note here is that we have about 90 more members of the public that wish to speak tonight. So it's a lot. We're going to try to we will get through it, but just so everyone is aware who is participating, there are about maybe 80 or 90 so left at a minute and a half each. So this is a long evening, and we're moving right to an extremely important item, which is item G14, school reopening and approval on recommendations. I'm going to turn it over to the executive cabinet, and perhaps that means you, Dr. Wagnick, to kick things off.
Does. Thank you, President Capps, Mr. Matsuoka, school board, my colleagues in the district, and also the community members and other stakeholders who are listening tonight, watching tonight. And I want to guarantee that we have our slide deck up. So we are bringing to you the second of what will be at least probably 4 reports on school reopening, the next being July 21st, 2020. If we can go to the second slide, I want to speak to everyone who, not just the board, but to everyone who is with us tonight. And that is, there are 3 guiding principles that we really keep in mind as we're doing the work of planning to reopen schools. The first of those is safety, and it has to be. We're obviously, as everyone knows, we're living during a pandemic. And the pandemic has brought with it varying levels of unsafety to folks. And in our district, we work under the idea that students, staff, parents are only as safe as they feel. And so it's our job to make sure that when school reopens in August, that when students return, when staff return, that they feel safe, that they know that we have done everything we can to ensure their safety. And so I want folks to know that as we work on this daily, and what this report hopefully will show you is the intense level of work that is being committed to make sure that we can pull this off. But when we're doing that work, we're constantly talking about you. We're talking about students, we're talking about staff, we're talking about parents. So we want you to know we are talking about you and considering you with every decision that we make so that we can ensure your safety. Our second guiding principle is about learning. That's what we're in the business of, is learning. And really, we have to provide equitable learning opportunities. This pandemic has sharpened and multiplied the inequities that exist in our society, including here in Santa Barbara. So you can be assured that our district is taking the steps necessary to ensure that when we return, whatever returning looks like, that each student has access to all the learning opportunities. And then finally, we are listening to our stakeholders. And our stakeholders have varying perspectives, have varying objectives, and have varying realities. And we are listening to you, reading your emails, taking your phone calls, and listening to you tonight. Now, in terms of our readiness, since April, we've been working on, from the perspective of this idea that there are really going to be one of 3 scenarios playing out in August. But not knowing what the future holds, we have to plan for all 3. So we want you to know that as we plan for all 3, we're relying on science and ever-changing information to guide us in our decision-making. So the readiness scenarios that we're planning for are what you see here. We could be 100% remote 2 months from now because we're at the will of the virus. And we're at the will of people taking care of themselves and others in order to prevent the virus. We could be in a full face-to-face school reopening. That could happen if the virus disappears and there are no threats. As you know, the planning that we've primarily been focusing on has been this hybrid model, somewhere in between, because that's where we, based on current information, based on the science and the information we have, indicates that we will be in a hybrid model. But we don't know, and we're not making that decision tonight. So tonight you're going to hear from, this is very different than what we normally do. Usually you'll hear from one or two members of our leadership teams when we present. But tonight you're going to hear from members of cabinet and several of our directors. So at this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Todd Rickman to provide details on our school reopening design teams.
So a lot of work and time has gone into planning for what we don't really know is coming. So at the beginning of all of this, we designed a reopening of school team. It was comprised of cabinet members, SB and the SBTA negotiating team with a rotating principal representative. I'll get more into that group. We also had 2 subcommittees working on an elementary school and high school plan or secondary plan. And all of the work was informed by what we're hearing from the Santa Barbara County Health Department, a number of stakeholder surveys, which Ms. Carey will go over, the community emails and phone calls that we were receiving, and a certificated staff Q&A document that we had put out to all of our certificated employees. The reopening of school design team was made up of all the people, I won't read them, all the people you see on this list. And we met several times, beginning on May 18th up until about June 17th. Those groups would meet, and then members of the members of this group would meet regularly, and then we would go off to our subcommittee groups. Here are the 2 subcommittees. We had an elementary team. They met 6 separate times to work on this, and a secondary team who also met 6 separate times. I'm going to now turn it over to Sean Carey, who's going to talk about the parent survey and other surveys that we did that inform the work of the committees.
Thank you, Mr. Rickman. Many of you tuning in now may recognize this results slide that summarizes in the big picture what we heard from our parents when asked the question, as of right now, I feel comfortable with my child or children attending school in person when we are slated to reopen school mid-August. We presented this at a prior board meeting along with other data. And the strong takeaway here is that the majority of parents feel a strong level of comfort and agree that they feel comfortable sending their children to school in mid-August. This is from this is from about a month ago now, just less than a month ago, but still out from August. And that after reading some of the details associated with the planning process and possible scenarios for reopening school along the lines of what Dr. Wagnick outlined, there was an even stronger agree response. I'm going to go now to the other stakeholder surveys that were conducted. And before I do, I want to highlight 2 things about all of these next surveys, and that is that we want to make it very clear, and we want to make it clear both to those who responded to these surveys as well as to everyone, that surveys are surveys. They are a powerful tool that we can use to get a quick response that give us a feeling for the viability of proceeding along several of options that we laid out. What we did in the surveys of staff and students is to present conceptual models, and the conceptual models did in many cases refrained from describing in detail such things as duration of lunch, or duration even of class periods, or specific days of the week that certain activities would take place. And again, what we were presenting were models and testing concepts and looking for feedback about which models and concepts had most support. So what you'll see here is pie graphs from elementary and secondary teachers, where we are able to glean which models had most support. At the bottom half of this slide, you'll see that we asked teachers in both the elementary and secondary grade spans about their level of interest in teaching students in a remote setting, full remote setting. So that's an important data point for us as we think about how we might match up student and teacher interest in remote learning, teaching and learning. The degree to which we do so may enable us to expand and extend our physical distancing for attending school in person. Next slide. This survey went out, a second round of surveying went out to our secondary staff. Unlike in elementary grades, where one classroom teacher is responsible for the bulk of curriculum, the curricular experiences that a student experiences, there's just a different design in junior high and high school. And so we needed another layer of testing conceptual models. So when you see the models that we present later in the slide deck, these two visuals here, the bar graph for junior high and the pie graph for high school, relate to the models that you'll see presented in just a moment. Next slide. We also surveyed students, and you can see the response rates there among junior high students. And when we get, again, developmentally to the secondary grades, it is important to have an understanding of how students orient to the models of learning that we want to bring forward. Student buy-in and student agency goes a long way in promoting student success. And so having a glimpse of what students more strongly support and are interested in terms of models for learning was an important piece of information for us. The next slide is the same information for high school students. And this lets us see also, again, how many students or what proportion of students are interested in full remote learning. I'm going to turn it back now to Dr. Wagenknecht.
Thank you, Ms. Carey and Mr. Rickman. So, board, on June 9th, we introduced the drivers for reopening of school. And to guide our planning, regardless of the scenario that exists in August, this schema designates the drivers and the priorities that help us with our decision making. So moving forward, you're going to hear the various district leaders who are responsible for these drivers explain the work that they have already begun within their departments, and the work that will be done going forward. I actually have the honor of leading the work of health and wellness as the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services. And really this work is aligned with the guidelines that have been put forth by the California Department of Public Health and the Santa Barbara Public Health Guidelines for industry reopening for schools. The work of health and wellness as it relates to reopening of schools falls really into 4 buckets. The first is hygiene. What are our models going to be for how we train students to wash hands, wear masks? We have to limit the sharing of equipment. No longer will there be one big bucket of markers. Students will need to have those things assigned to them. So the hygiene, and certainly my examples are not exhaustive, but hygiene is right there at the top of the list. Logistics have to be worked through. So we are working on, with principals, on arrival and departure routines. How do we monitor symptoms of COVID? How do we ensure for physical distancing? What do we do if a student or staff is found to be ill at school? So we're building all these logistics models. And then third, we have to be monitoring the daily updates from county emergency office, Santa Barbara Public Health, CDE, and state public health in order to adjust our own operations. So we have to stay on top of that. And then finally, within health and wellness, we do have to make sure that we're responding to the mental and emotional health of our students and staff. We know that in a pandemic, post-traumatic stress symptoms are evident across the population to varying degrees. And so we do have to plan for that as we reopen schools, that there will be anxiety, stress, and trauma associated with that. So I would like to say that, and I encourage those who are really interested in having us open school 100% in August. We will make available to you the list of the nearly 80 tasks that we have to undertake as a district before we can attest that we are clear to reopen. That is what we are working on. And I will now be handing it over to Ms. Jeté, who will share about facilities and operations on the business services side.
Thank you, Dr. Wagenack. We're under the facilities and operations driver. A committee was formed consisting of principals, purchasing, food service, maintenance, and operations. And we are meeting bi-weekly to consider the needs of sanitation, meal service, transportation to ensure the safety of our students and staff. The district has purchased masks for students, all staff and students. We are also looking into face shields for both staff and students. Sanitizers have been delivered to all the sites and will continue to purchase more to ensure availability. We are researching thermometers, and we're searching for input from our nurses. We're also researching different types of plexiglass partitions for office staff who are frequently interacting with our visitors. We're also working with Student Transportation of America. They service our elementary students, and MTD, the Metropolitan Transit District, who transports our junior high and high school students. We are considering staggering the arrival and departures of students to ensure minimal contact, and we are working with the transportation partners to ensure students are able to get to school safely, and they're following the guidelines for keeping the buses sanitized. Regarding food service, the California Department of Education has not determined which model schools will follow once they reopen. However, the goal for Santa Barbara Unified is to feed as many students as possible, as safely as possible, and whether they are attending school or not. So on their off days, we're hoping to have the grab and go for students. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Becchio in Human Resources.
Thank you very much. I wanted to, as Human Resources, we have it falling under the Facilities and Operations driver. I wanted to give the board and the public a glimpse of really the HR work that is happening, actually has been happening since the original school closure under COVID conditions, and what will be happening over the next 2 months in order for us to reopen school. With whatever scenario that we open school with, our focus will be on these 3 themes in the human resources arena. Health and safety, this is really the PP&E, this is masks, countertops, partitions, things like that. We'll be looking at the OSHA guidelines, public health guidelines, and in order to come to some agreement on the health and safety of our students and employees. Working conditions is really the more the agreement around employee schedules, workday, prep time, number of classes they'll teach, class sizes, etc. And then employee absences is, this is something that I've seen be a pretty significant issue under COVID conditions that we have to prepare for, which is what are we going to do about employee leaves? And for all types of reasons, I've seen that so far. And so we're going to be negotiating
around these three themes with CSEA and SBTA over the coming month or month and a half to try to come to some agreement on language. If even if we open school fully, we will have some new language to craft around some of these items, simply because we anticipate still having some health and safety, working conditions, and absences changes. So I did want to make mention that we have been, this presentation is focused on schedule and the models. We have been meeting regularly with CSEA. We've been doing a lot of work around working conditions, really. They've been really leading the charge on how to get really good, safe working conditions. So I did want to mention that those are standing meetings with our CSEA leadership as well, and they will be ongoing as we start to negotiate. I added a pie chart here where it just gives you a glimpse of the type of responses we got around employee absences. I did send a survey to our entire staff, management, classified, and certificated, and the responses, these were 293 responses of employees that have school-age children, and so it just gives you a glimpse of what they're going to be dealing with. It looks like roughly 75% are extremely concerned or somewhat concerned, particularly about finding daycare. So this gives you a glimpse of the HR issues that we'll be working through, and I want to turn it over now back to Sean Carey.
Thanks. So as Dr. Wagnick mentioned at the outset, we're a learning organization, and here comes the main course around instruction and the models that we've been working to develop to support instruction. As I mentioned earlier, we are bringing forward conceptual models that will need further development, and really we need to make sure that baked into these models is the ability to pivot from and between hybrid models, remote learning models, and potentially also fully attending models, full attendance in person. So we need the flexibility to pivot back and forth between those approaches as we design this conceptual models. I also want to refer back to those pie chart images you saw when I spoke to the stakeholder engagement surveys we put to staff and to students. And you'll probably have noted that in some cases there was majority support, and in some cases it was not a strong majority of support, but there was some support. And I think what I would offer is, again, people were responding to conceptual models. We were missing a lot of the details, partly because we didn't want people to get too attached to any particular details, but also because we're still developing them. One thing I would just put to everyone is, nobody is excited about talking about going to school under the conditions that we find ourselves in. It doesn't mean that we can't find positives and that we can't leverage the crisis that we find ourselves in to do some things more powerfully than we've ever done, and to be more innovative in some spaces than we've ever been. But I think it's going to be unlikely that we're going to be able to put forward a model or ultimately a schedule that anybody would be totally thrilled with, much less a majority, just because we're having to balance so many competing needs, address all 5 drivers that Dr. Wagnick talked about. And so what we're trying to do is to really glean which models have the most support, and how can we keep doing that listening that Dr. Wagnick talked about to refine the models so that we can optimize the models we bring forward, the schedules we end up settling on for learning, for social emotional connection, and for just maintaining, most importantly, safety and health through these COVID conditions. Second bullet is that we aren't necessarily dividing groups in half. It depends on class size and where that starts. And the higher you go through the grade levels, the larger the class sizes get. But the idea is to divide into 2 cohorts, because if we fixate on a specific number as a prescriptive number instead of as a guideline, we find ourselves only able to guarantee 1 day a week of in-person instruction in the hybrid scenarios. And we've been really pushing ourselves to try to make sure that students, that 5-year-old students, that 16-year-old students get at least the opportunity of 2 days a week of in-person instruction in the hybrid models we're developing, should we be deciding to adopt a hybrid model on August 18th. The hybrid models also feature blended learning, which means different things. Sometimes you'll hear about synchronous and asynchronous learning, which is not exactly the same as in-person and remote learning. Synchronous and asynchronous learning has to do with things you do in real time versus things that students can work on independently. And we, in all cases where we have blended learning, need to not only rely on the already effective skill sets of our teaching workforce, but to continue to build capacity among our staff and students to make sure we're utilizing technology most effectively. We are still, as I mentioned earlier, exploring the interest in and the sort of the composition of those interested in, students and staff, an all remote learning experience for next year, in case we can avail ourselves of that option. And in parallel, our special education leaders are developing models to accommodate a wide range of needs for students with disabilities in our district. I'm going to ask Sierra now to, Sierra Lockridge, who's the Director of Elementary Education, to review the AB model for elementary schools.
Thank you, Sean. Our elementary schools, as you know, are very diverse. They differ in size and demographics and happen to serve our youngest and my favorite types of students. But the committee that formed looked very carefully at the data from the survey and at both models. We landed on an AB model for elementary, which means that cohort A would be on campus on Mondays and Thursdays. In order for this to happen safely, we are going to need to think about a lot of things, and principals are going to be right up front and center in helping us plan in conjunction with the other committees that you heard about earlier. So things such as staggered start times and temperature screening, and how we're going to feed kids, how we're going to ensure that the classroom instruction, when we do have them on campus, is core and meaningful and worthy of our kids. And that we also know that the little ones and older ones are going to need brain breaks. They're going to need a chance to move around and have that in a structured, safe environment with social distancing and appropriate sanitation opportunities. We're going to make sure that they are fed. We're going to make sure that they have lunch and breakfast, and that the instruction so they can get back in and learn. We're going to have to think about having the exit times be staggered so that we don't have large congregations and we can practice good social distancing and appropriate busing norms. We're going to work very closely with our after-school partners, including our internal ones, such as AOK and the year-round after-school program. We're going to have to be very thoughtful about cleaning and sanitation. And this is one of the main drivers for why we landed on the AB model. This gives us a chance to reduce the number of kids on a site at one time and ensures that our staff can effectively clean not only throughout the day, all of those areas, but really deep clean and sanitize for the next cohort to come in. Now, when cohort A is on campus, that means cohort B is off campus, and they will have virtual and remote instruction. We know that many of our staff learned a lot during this time and are interested in providing that support. And we also know we have a ways to go in supporting them. And that's why we're happy to have the coaches and our other experts to really guide them and have offered professional learning starting in June. And we'll continue to do that in August on how to do blended learning that is also worthy of our kids. On Wednesdays in elementary school, we traditionally have a early release. We are happy that the secondary model that you will see later is adopting this, because we firmly believe that the siblings and kids, parents that have kids in multiple levels, are going to need to have their schedules aligned. So when we are making these cohorts, it's not just about reducing the number of kids on campus, but being very strategic to try to keep families and bus groups and certain things together to limit exposure and contact. On the Wednesdays, we also know that our teachers are going to need time to do professional learning and plan both the online and the asynchronous learning. We will also have some intervention times, and there will be some small group support. But traditionally, we have a staff meeting at least once a month, and that will continue, or maybe even more, depending on what is going on with the world and our COVID situation. So to just reiterate and sum up, the elementary model that is being proposed, and you'll notice that it's just the model, because schools will need flexibility to think about their start times and breaks, but does show one cohort A coming on Monday and Thursday, cohort B Tuesday and Friday, and all students would receive remote learning on the days that they are not present. So it could be a Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, etc. I'd like to now invite Sean Carey to go over the secondary models. Should we happen to need to go to a hybrid model in the summer, at the end of the summer, she can present the secondary one. Thank you.
For junior high schools, what we are developing is a model that we're calling quarter block. So borrowing the same structure of cohorts A and B with a blended learning support day slated for Wednesdays. I'll just let you take in the fact that we propose, it's helpful to see here under the title that we propose 2 different time spans that align with our quarters. So for first quarter, periods 1, 2, and 3 are convening. And for the second quarter, beginning October 20th, periods 4, 5, and 6 are convening. This schedule allows for 0 and 7th periods to meet before school. And when you see period 8 flex, know that that's a period, a class period that is shorter in duration and would run the length of the semester, which provides another flexible option for certain services that we want to run through at all times continuously. A lot of the same reasons and drivers as what Ms. Lockridge mentioned for elementary. So I'll move to high school. So if the junior high school model features a quarter block, the high schools are featuring a semester block model. It's a model that will be familiar to the San Marcos High School community, and will be newer to the Dos Pueblos and Santa Barbara High School communities. I want to point out that La Cuesta and Alta Vista schools have such specialized needs and varying needs even within those 2 schools that communication about those schedules and models will flow separately. So what you see here is the course takes for an individual student will be divided between the semesters. Students will take up to 4 classes in fall semester and up to 4 classes in second semester for a total of up to 8, though some students may just take 6. Again, you see the Wednesday blended learning support day. Very similar structures throughout the grade spans. If you'll advance the slide, Mr. Rickman, I do want to circle back and say that even though it's very challenging to land on and develop models that are going to meet everyone's preferences or fulfill everyone's preferences, we feel that these models demonstrate coherence across our system as a whole and will afford us both most flexibility for meeting students' needs while preserving the priority of a focus on safety and health. I also want to draw this distinction here between the experience that we all had in the 4th quarter of the school year we're closing out, where schools were closed in response to emergency stay-at-home orders. And even as I applaud the efforts of our leaders and our workforce and our students and their families, we know from both quantitative and qualitative feedback that we did very well. We performed very well as a district in relative terms under those emergency conditions. We did not have much of an opportunity to plan for the models that we used for 4th quarter, for April and May of school year 1920. We are using the lessons from that experience, what worked, what didn't work, what we could modify so that it works better heading into school year 2021, in a way to more thoughtfully refocus on our commitment to developing our global learner profile. And so I won't read it, but these are the attributes that we've brought before the board and community previously. You'll see them featured in other plans and schemas that frame our work. And we feel very confident that not only can we refocus with advanced planning on developing these competencies, and that will be supported in the models that we're proposing for hybrid scenarios in doing so, but that actually there will be opportunities for us to leverage the conditions we find ourselves in to even accelerate the development of certain of these competencies. It's been alluded to before, and I won't unpack it, but we understand and just recognize the professional learning that's personalized and responsive to teachers, because different teachers will have differing needs, is a necessity. And I'm grateful that we have plans underway for implementing that type of professional learning. Okay, thank you for listening about instruction.
Okay, I believe now, Ms. Carey, thank you, Ms. Carey. We're gonna have Maria Larios Horton and Cami Barnwell present information on community and family engagement.
Thank you, Dr. Wageneck. As we know, community and family engagement is extremely important to our district. And in particular, the goal of the District Family Engagement Unit is to provide support beyond what schools already provide so that families have the resources they need to best help their students with distance learning. So to that end, in order to improve our support, the district has facilitated a multi-session Families for Inclusion, Diversity, and Access, a focus group focused on school closures in May with a board report that was delivered by the DLAC Executive Committee on May 26th. In that board report, DLAC shared the 3 biggest challenges faced by monolingual Spanish-speaking families during the school closures. And so using that same model, the district has scheduled school reopening focus group sessions for early July to help families understand the hybrid reopening model and provide input on how best to support families within that model. The report that will be generated by this focus group will be shared with the school board prior to the July 21st board meeting. And it's important to note that it is our plan moving forward that this input be used to inform the initial design of school reopening processes. We will also continue to refine the communication with families using what has been learned throughout the school closures. And Cami will now share a little more about that.
Thank you, Maria. Yeah, I wanted to start just by saying that we have learned a lot through this period of school closure and these conditions we've been under about how our traditional communication channels are working to reach our families, or in some cases not working. And also kind of the importance and the value of staying connected to our community partners, our stakeholders, and our media outlets. So I could cover a lot of territory around that statement alone, but to be brief, I wanted to say that with everything in constant flux, we really found ourselves needing to use our website in ways we hadn't in the past, but had always wanted to. If you ever have a chance to go look at the website, please do and give us your feedback. But I see it now is becoming this tool to connect families to resources like learning at home, community resources, maintaining mental health and well-being, and all of these areas that we're really expert in. And now we have a place to showcase resources that we recommend to our families. So I'm kind of proud of that site now. Over the last couple of months, it's becoming something that looks really good and is really a helpful tool. So just recently we added a new section to it. It's plans for reopening schools. And right now, what you'd see there is just the work in progress in that area. But what you'll start to see soon is we're going to include like a gauge, almost a status gauge, that will let you know where we stand in terms of meeting all of these requirements for reopening. So we're building that out right now. Major shout out to Brian Rouse, obviously, and learning a lot about just making sure that that tool is easy to navigate. That's number one. So we're open to your feedback. The board members, of course, know about this, but let me know if you have ideas or things you'd like us to add. When it comes to staying connected to our families regarding the developments around reopening plans, we'll just have to continue to be as resourceful as possible. And I try to come at it in a variety of ways. An example is when we first closed schools and in a matter of a week had to figure out how to start making sure we could provide meals to our families. It's one thing to be providing the meals. It's another thing to make sure that people know about it, where to go, how to get to those meals. So I learned a lot in that process as well. And, I won't rest until I feel like I've exhausted all of the different options available to us in terms of connecting to the people who need that information about school reopening in this case. But once we've landed on a final decision regarding what schools will look like in the fall, of course, we'll rely on all of our traditional tools, Parent Square, e-news, website, social media. I've got Maria over here booked on Radio Bronco on a regular basis. They love her, having her there, and anything else we can think of to make sure we're getting connected to the right audiences. And this could include educational videos, educational focus groups. We've gone to sending home postcards to families so that they actually physically get something in the mail, and making personal phone calls even has been a thing for us over these last few months. So we'll make sure to continue to do those things. It probably goes without saying that my goal is that everything we do will be communicated clearly and with respect to people's attention spans in both languages, while also making sure we get them the details that they need. So it's that balance with our communications as well. Thanks very much. And now Mr. Rickman will provide you information regarding the role of governance and leadership. So take it away, Mr. Rickman.
So we already hit on some of this earlier, and so I won't belabor it. The goal of our governance and leadership team is to be able to quickly adapt to changing scenarios. So we're going to be regularly communicating with county health officials and other stakeholders. And we also have to develop, I believe Dr. Wagner talked about this, what happens when we have someone who does get ill. So we need to prepare guidelines and policy around our district response to those issues, and when those issues come up. And most importantly, I want to stress again just the continued open lines of communication between local and state authorities, because that's really what is driving our work here. And I don't know who I'm throwing it to next, Dr. Wagnick.
Dr. Wagnick.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you.
Great.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
So board, this conversation is not unique to Santa Barbara. It's being played out across the United States, across our state, within our county. And we have a lot of work to do in the next month. And the people who were on this report tonight are but a representation of the many, many individuals who are working daily to get this work done. So what we're asking for tonight is really, we're recommending that the board give us approval for district leadership to move forward with planning for the implementation of the following instructional models. One, a hybrid AB cohort model for its students in grades TK through 6. Number 2, a hybrid quarter block model in our junior highs. Number 3, a hybrid semester block model at Dos Pueblos and Santa Barbara High, with San Marcos remaining on their block system. And 4th, planning for a 100% remote model for students in grades TK through 12. And the reason why we're not asking you to actually approve the models tonight, but rather approve our ability to move forward and continue planning, is because we honestly believe that we don't know where we're going to be a month from now. Santa Barbara is experiencing an uptick, not just Santa Barbara County, not the prison, not just Santa Maria, but the city of Santa Barbara had the greatest one-day increase in cases yesterday. We have information that a number of Santa Barbara Unified students are now COVID positive. So as we get this information, we need to be able to keep moving forward so that on July 21st, when we next meet, we're able to give you the best recommendation for the reopening of school that we can give in order to ensure that students, staff are safe when we do return. So at this time, thank you for listening to us, and thank you to my colleagues for their role in this presentation, and we will open this up for questions.
Thank you to the team. We're going to hear from our public first before the board has a chance to ask questions and give comments. So we will move this to public comment next. Ms. Trujillo. And thank you for clarifying what it is, in fact, we're voting on tonight. Just again, to repeat quickly, we're not voting on whether or not to open schools fully. We're voting on your recommendations for what a hybrid model will look like should we go that direction a month from now. Thank you. So we will turn it over to Ms. Trujillo with our speakers. I believe we have about 25 or so.
President Capps, we have about 15 speakers for this item. So I will name the first 5. Allison, I don't have your last name, Allison, so if you can raise your hand. And Karen McBride, Nicole Liu, Vicki Haynes, and Natalie Rehring. So I will start with Karen McBride. Go ahead, Karen.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Good evening, President Capps and members of the board. I just want to remind you that when I speak on behalf of the Santa Barbara Teachers Association, I'm representing not only classroom teachers, but school psychologists, speech and language pathologists, nurses, counselors, preschool teachers, our after-school teachers, and other specialists that serve our students. So, and I want to say thank you to the district leadership team for that very detailed presentation. I hope that it gave a lot of information to questions that people have been asking me and that I know have been out there in the community. So my comments are kind of a reiteration of just a bit of what you heard from the district leadership team, but I feel it's important that you hear directly from a representative of SBTA. So as the planning for the next school year has been taking shape, SBTA has been very pleased to be actively involved in collaborative meetings with the district leaders. And I, along with the bargaining team members, as you heard, participated in no less than 12 hours on the design team with these leaders and in the subcommittees. And I want you to know that we personally, as an organization, heard from hundreds of our members through a survey that we took separately prior to the planning meetings. We've heard from our members through our representative council, through site meetings, through ongoing one-on-one member communications, et cetera. And we've heard so many of the same concerns that the
30
district.
seconds.
Thank you. The district in the design team, we represented for our members the #1 concern for any plan to reopen schools centered around health and safety of our students, our staff, and our broader community. And we've been reassured through the many hours of discussion that this was also the #1 concern of the district leaders. I think you saw that tonight. I just want to finish by saying that SBTA has clearly understood that the decisions about the schedule for next year will ultimately be up to the district and the school board, since it's not a mandatory subject of bargaining. And we also understand that as long as COVID-19 is a threat to the community, any and all plans to reopen must meet the requirements of the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department. We really appreciate the opportunity to be in the Zoom with district leaders, and we look forward to the negotiating of the details for the working conditions for the certificated staff in the weeks to come. Thank you so much, and congratulations, Mr. Matsuoka and Dr. Ramirez.
Thank you. Next, we have Nicole Liu.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. First, I just wanted to say thank you to the board and all the staff and teachers for the excellent job that they've done in putting together the remote learning for students really quickly. I really appreciate that, and I know it had to happen really quickly, and you did a great job. So I had a few comments. I know this is for a whole array of potential scenarios, but I would ask the board to please consider delaying any physical reopening further than August 18th, based on the number of cases that we've been seeing, and to also because of the fact that the spread has occurred primarily in communal settings, such as elder care facilities and workplaces, according to Dr. Ansorg at Public Health. Under any model that you adopt, under any model that you adopt, I would ask that you please give parents the option to have full remote learning. That would help with social distancing, and it would give families with family members who have underlying health conditions the option to continue schooling in a remote capacity. And I would just really appreciate that option. Also, I'm hoping that maybe you can consider doing cleaning at the elementary schools 2 times a day, similar to the way that it was shown for high school and junior high. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. Next we have Vicki Haynes.
Hello.
Yes.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Vicki Haynes, and I'm a teacher at San Marcos High School. And thank you to everyone who's put in so much work on this. I know it is not easy to deal with this in the abstract. What I tried to do was I tried to look through my day as a teacher in a high school class to see what that would look like with the hybrid model, particularly the cohort, the 2 cohort. I do have concerns that in my reality, that would mean 15 to 18 students per class, which would be very difficult to create social distance in my size of classroom. The current time devoted for teachers to work on planning and online on 1 day a week does not seem realistic to me, as I was working pretty much 12 hours on curriculum on Mondays and Tuesdays to create an online environment for my students. I think there are other suggestions that could get kids on campus 2 days a week, maybe half days with an afternoon to work with students who need more help. Other options. So I want to thank all of you for all the hard work you've done, but I'm a little concerned about the AB cohort, and it's not the model that we gave feedback for, and we would like maybe an opportunity to give more feedback on those cohorts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will name the next 5 people online. Sorry. Heather Bordersman, Charles Clow, Bill Harris, Brian Campbell, Joyce Adrianson. So I will start with Charles Clow.
Let me know if I'm being too loud. Can you all hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Charles Clow, and I'm a teacher at San Marcos High School. And I want to say, first of all, thank you. I feel a lot of gratitude to seeing all the work that went into that presentation. It's clear that some really good people with really good judgment put in a lot of work, and I take a lot of solace in that, even as these times are difficult. I do want to say I don't feel, I mean, nobody gets into teaching to teach remote, and I feel very passionate about my job as it, used to be constituted in the before times. But I value learning a great deal, but I just don't want to be part of a situation where we participate in getting anybody sick. And so as much as a substantial part of me wants to return to normal or return to
30 seconds.
A hybrid model, I think the only way we can responsibly guarantee the health and safety of our students and staff is by remaining remote only. And it pains me to say that, and I wish that weren't the case, but we can't pretend that the virus is going to go away, especially as we keep seeing these spikes and we're still finding things out about it. So I just want to all end by saying thanks again to everyone, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Bill Harris.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Fantastic. So I'm in a situation, I'm a working parent, and before I get started, I do want to acknowledge all the hard work, and it's really great to see an evolving plan. And I'm really hoping that there's a good significant feedback tonight and that it's able to be incorporated in the plan moving forward. My concern is, I just want to express, I don't hear a voice for working parents. Where both parents work and we have no daycare solution for our kids being home at school any day of the week, let alone 3 days of the week under the hybrid model. So I just want to voice that, it seems like we're missing an entire driver category. In the beginning, there were 5 drivers, I think, and we really want to see some discussion about what are parents going to do to support their kids at home when they not only need to be supervised at home, but they need educational assistance at home and assistance navigating the technology and so forth. And so that's a really major concern of mine. Thank you. It makes us feel like we need to choose between our income and our children's education and even their health and well-being. Second area, real briefly, the IT platform that is used for distance learning, it was not designed for that. There are no parental controls, and students can switch at will between entertainment and education. And it's extremely distracting, and it's even an obstacle, I think, for not only our kids, but some kids accessing the curriculum. So just wanted to voice that. I really appreciate you listening. Thanks.
Thank you. So next we have Brian Campbell.
This is Brian.
Yes, you may begin.
Hi. First, I want to say that I appreciate the many needs that you guys are all balancing. I do not envy your position. But I wanted to say that the good news per the Santa Barbara public health numbers as of yesterday, the active COVID cases decreased by 49 people. That's a 15% decrease in the active COVID cases, despite the news of the large number and spike of new cases. It means active cases are going in the right direction. Also, the good news is that 93% of the people who test for COVID test negative. So that's also really great news that no one ever talks about. So I want to follow up by saying I reiterate what Bill said about working families and the quality of education that comes from these hybrid models. You're asking working families to either not work or hire childcare instead of going to public school. Most of the people who work full-time jobs don't have the option of going part-time. They either have to work or not work in order to take care of their children. And when a child, especially in elementary school, is homeschooled, online schooled by the public education, we have to take off from work. And temperature testing via the scan is inaccurate. What if a child runs to school or bikes to school and his temperature is too hot? Will they be sent to the school nurse to have their temperature taken in a more accurate measure, or are you just going to turn the child away? And then another question is, so when there are no new COVID cases in Santa Barbara, are you going to stop these special circumstances, or are these going to remain in place and practice forever? So, and what are you going to do when the next coronavirus occurs? Because coronaviruses occur every couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next time, think about it, because coronaviruses will be back.
Thank you. Next, we have Joyce Adrianson.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, hi. I'm Joyce Adrianson. I'm a teacher at Santa Barbara High School where I've taught for the past 22 years. I'm also the vice president of Santa Barbara Teachers Association. I address you tonight, the board, to ask you to do the right thing. This committee has worked really hard on coming up with a good plan. With the number of COVID-19 cases rising in Santa Barbara, I urge you to follow the public health guidelines and those from the CDE to ensure a safe return of students and staff to our school sites. The Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors has paused the stage 3 reopenings of some businesses after recent surges in the number of cases. According to a KEYT report yesterday, Santa Barbara has seen record high numbers of new cases in the past week, and local hospitals are seeing an increase in hospitalizations for coronavirus. This virus is currently not going away. It is spreading. The health and safety of our students and staff must be a priority when deciding when and how we return to next year. As the number of cases continue to rise, our district must continue with distance learning. If things begin to improve to a point where it's safely possible to return to our campuses, I ask that you approve the hybrid model and modified bell schedule with small cohorts of students to ensure the ability to have the proper distancing of 6 feet between students and to allow proper time for disinfecting between classes. Please do the right thing for the health and well-being of our students and staff. Do not allow the full opening of campuses. And do not open campuses at all unless it is completely safe to do so. Thank you for your
time. Our next 5 speakers are Sandra Barnsworth, Adam Gieb, Rita Newhouse, Patricia Ruth, and John Young. And I will start with Sandra Barnsworth.
Good evening. This is Sandra Burnworth. I'm an elementary library technician. To protect the students and library technicians in the elementary school libraries, I am requesting a freestanding plexiglass partition at the circulation desks where we check out library books. I have photos of 2 types of suitable partitions I can email you. Thank you for your consideration of health and safety as we check out library books to our students and staff and parents.
Thank you. One moment, looking for our next speaker. Our next speaker is Patricia Ruth. Patricia, you can begin.
President Capps and members of the board. My father was a scientist by training and a school board member by calling. When he would get home exhausted from board meetings, he would often talk about how impressed he had been by the teachers in our district. He said they were the underestimated experts, the masters and mistresses of one of the most demanding professions in the world. He was so proud that his daughter became one of them, a high school English teacher. The reopening of school proposal you have before you was developed by cabinet members, principal representatives, and the SBTA negotiating team, and has been presented to and discussed by district teachers. I devoutly hope that tonight you will approve the recommendations your experts support. The experts, that's us. We are the warriors in the trenches, the researchers in the lab, the artists in the studio, and no one knows our job like we do.
30 seconds.
If we are not compelled in August by the spread of the virus to return to completely virtual instruction, then we need to have a carefully thought out and executed plan for hybrid instruction, and that is what you have before you tonight. Masking, social distancing made possible by fewer class meetings and reduced class size, site sanitation, these will all be crucial required parts of our job. Our schools cannot safely go back to the pre-pandemic model, and we know it. My father would have known it too.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have John Young.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Thank you so much. My name is John Young, and I'm a parent of 3 children at Monroe Elementary School and currently serve as the Monroe PTA president. We love being there, and we've missed it tremendously since March. To all, thank you for sharing more fully what you've been working on, and please keep working. Dr. Becchio, if over 2/3 of our teachers and staff have significant concerns about childcare if their children are not present at school, I believe the parents and families will be even harder pressed. Dr. Wagner, I look forward to seeing the 80 points of safety or concern that need to be addressed before schools can fully reopen. I think we can tackle those. Ms. Carey, I completely agree that no solution will fully meet or address the needs and concerns of everyone. So here's my opinion. 2 out of 5 days of in-person instruction is not enough. Our children need to be together. Our parents need to be together. Our community needs to be together.
30 seconds.
Please empower us to be together. Our reality is the less normal this fall school year looks like and the way that it begins, the more likely we will be to move to a homeschool model. And we do not want to do this. Please hear me. We want to stay in school, in the public school. We want our kids to be working, learning, playing, fighting, working it out with all the other children. What does the data say? What does it tell us about children's infection rates? About how serious it is for them? Please look at the data, as many have said.
Time, thank you. President Capps, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you so much to our speakers and the community, to the staff again for that excellent presentation, and for us to dive in now. And I will turn it over to the members of the board. I have my own questions, but I'll let you all go first, and let's get into an important conversation. Who would like to start us off with questions or comments? Okay, Ms. Ford.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy to start us off. I do want to thank this team for this comprehensive presentation. It really shows how much thought and research, blood, sweat, and tears went into creating it and thinking about our solution. It may be helpful for the public and for the members of the district staff to know that board members received at least 80 letters. I tried to compile them and look at them sort of analytically over the last few days. And they were from district staff and parents and some students and community members. And clearly, as we all know, this is a deeply emotional and important matter. I would say that from the letters that I looked at, there were 3 major concerns that I know are being addressed. One was absolute deep concern for the continued safety of staff and students and a clean environment. The second was the widespread concern about the past remote learning experiences that for many were unsuccessful. And then heartfelt concern about the mental and emotional health of students, especially our most vulnerable young people. I also am sort of a news junkie, and I wanted to say that I watch Governor Newsom whenever I can, and it is a daunting situation that we're facing. There are 4,000 new cases every day in California alone, and he told us yesterday that there are 46,000 new cases in California in the last 14 days, and that's 1/3 of the overall cases that we've experienced. The other thing that I would say is totally anecdotally, but it is from talking to friends and family that because we've really loosened up things in Santa Barbara, we have a lot of people from outside of Santa Barbara coming to town now. And I think that that puts all of us at some risk. So with that said, I have a couple of questions. I don't know who to direct them to, so I'll direct them to you, Dr. Wagenknecht. It does seem like there has to be a remote learning strand no matter what the decision is. And I say this because I'm sure that without a vaccine, some students and probably some teachers and staff members can't return to school, no matter how clean we make it. So do you have a team that is working on that? Do you agree with me?
I agree with you. And Ms. Carey presented the slides where we surveyed the students, and I will acknowledge before I make my statement that students and parents, especially parents of adolescents, don't always see eye to eye on things. But our students told us, 1 in 5 students in secondary told us that they would prefer remote learning next year. And I'm sure the reasons for that are varied. And then we also have close to 25% of our teachers who said they're interested in remote learning next year, and another 40% nearly who are interested in hearing more about it. So we do have interest in that. I don't want to put Ms. Carey on the spot, but just wondering if she has, Ms. Carey, if you have anything to add to Ms. Ford's question.
I will just respond specifically to the part about teams working on that. Our first design team meeting, which took place earlier today, focused predominantly on that issue. In fact, in some ways, we feel like we need to resolve that piece as far as the order of operations go, before we can well resolve all the other pieces that have to do with what we anticipate the majority of staff and students would do, again, if we are in a hybrid model, because just because of numbers, because of how that will need to kind of work from a master scheduling perspective. It is different in elementary than in secondary, so we were grappling a little bit with that. And we determined that our immediate steps would be to research some of what is happening in other places. As Dr. Wagenknecht said earlier, everyone's grappling with these same problems, and we're a little ahead on some of the fronts and some other folks are ahead on other fronts. So we have some models already that we're looking into just to think through those. And we're going to be coming back around to try to at least formulate again a model that we can more granularly survey around, because right now we have this idea of 1 in 5 staff and students. You know, I'm generalizing, but we don't know specifically which students and which staff. And if those two don't line up well, it's not the easy fix that it might seem like it is. In fact, far from it. So, but we don't really want to survey anybody else again until we are saying, this is what we're surveying you about. Now that you have a sense of what it would look like and be like, you know, again, under all these conditional circumstances, now tell us about your interests and tell us who you are, and we can see what that match might look like. So that's really the thing we're looking at most deeply first.
Thanks. And the only other question I have is about childcare, because I think so many of our letters and the comments are really concerns about kids, and especially well, all kids, but even younger ones who, because of family circumstances, may find themselves alone a lot of the time. And so is there, I know I just sound like I'm piling on work, but is there also a group that's really trying to think out of the box about childcare for students when they're not in the hybrid classrooms?
I'll start off and then let Mr. Becchio add on. I would say yes, absolutely. And we didn't highlight that tonight. We know, and it's one of the things on our list, that students have to have childcare, families have to have childcare, and thankfully, we live in a community of givers and problem solvers. And so this is something that we're not going to solve internally necessarily in Santa Barbara Unified, but we have to reach out to our community partners and talk to them about what we can do to provide childcare. We've already talked about flipping the script, perhaps with AOK providing work in the morning. And I see Sierra nodding her head about that. So yes, we have started thinking about what that might look like and who our partners should be. I don't think there's one solution. I think there are many solutions. And that's why these family listening opportunities that Maria is organizing And then Dr. Becchio is looking at what we can do for our staff and their childcare needs. So Dr. Becchio, I don't know if there's anything you want to add, but all to say that yes, it's one of the big ticket items that we have to solve.
Yeah, I would just add that, I mean, on my slide presentation, one of the main concerns around HR work is employee absences. And within that, most certainly my biggest concern is childcare issues, not only among our staff, but in the community as a whole. So this is one of the logistical pieces that we have to resolve in our design meetings moving forward. But it's interesting. I got a text yesterday from a gentleman that you may know, Ben Romo, who I'm anxious to get back to and speak with, because that may be a really good lead for us, as he has talked to community partners and private funders that may provide some answers for us in that area. But this is going to be a heavy lift if we indeed have to go to a hybrid model, and we need to do some design work around it.
Well, Dr. Wagener, also in just to support your comment about this community, I think a few people know that I also work with the Santa Barbara Maritime Museum, and I know that it's in the infancy stages, but all of the local museums are also creating a consortium to try to figure out a way that they can help too with childcare and child experiences.
Awesome, that's awesome. And I know Ms. Sims Moten has something to do with childcare. No, I'm being facetious. I know exactly what Ms. Sims Moten does. But yes, I mean, our community will need to come together, and it kind of gives me goosebumps to think about that. You know, it's something good, you know, during this crisis of coming together and taking care of families and children so that our economy can be strong and children can learn. So thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Reed.
Thank you. I just wanted to first agree with the amazing comprehensive approach that you have brought forward, and appreciated hearing from each of your expertise that you provided in the various areas. And I think I want to also say how much I appreciate and agree with health and safety being first and foremost key to what we do moving forward. And Dr. Wagener, you're talking about safety, then learning and listening. So all of these key aspects are crucial. In listening and hearing from the community members and families that have spoken tonight, and also the emails, and I appreciate that, Ms. Ford, that you categorized it so nicely, because I think those were certainly the common themes and threads that came out of the emails. The concerns of parents who really don't feel comfortable sending their children to school at all, that remote learning only option, I agree should be something we should consider, because I have been contacted by parents who, because of large families, they have elders living with them, the impact of attending school and the impact on families is definitely there, and the concerns that that students could get ill, and then the impact of the family. But I also wanted to acknowledge, on the other extreme, the parents who are so realizing the importance in terms of their student learning to be able to have that option of attending all 5 days, which in this comprehensive model, we're not even attempting, which I know, because at this point, we really have to look at the safety, and depending on what the reports are from the county health department. So I guess what I wanted to just also raise a couple of concerns that came up and had some questions about, and that was some of the teachers expressed concerns about the inequities in the use of iPads and Zoom meetings, and that there were students that didn't have access, or that they didn't have the internet option, and they were constantly being shifted offline. And so one of the questions that came up too was about having the hotspots, if that was going to be utilized. And how are we going to really, and maybe this is for Mr. Rickman, how are we going to really ensure that if we do have these hybrid models that are with the remote learning, that we have all of our students having access to the remote learning that is going on?
So it's an excellent question. You know, we ordered hotspots right at the beginning. We got them early on. We provided them to every student and also some of our staff members who needed them. We track the use of that. We make sure that kids are able to get online. I think I talked to the board earlier that it's a real moving target for us though, because we have families that move. And so it's something that we're working on. It's imperfect right now, but as far as functioning hotspots, we've given a lot out, over 250. But myself, Maria, and others are working with Cox to see if there's anything we can do to, they've been a great partner to us. I keep saying that, but we really need more help from them by way of getting kids connected, families connected, because hotspots are imperfect tools for some of the reasons you mentioned. They're slow, they tend to drop off, but we're doing our best on it. And we're gonna redouble our efforts. We're gonna meet with Cox and more Cox representatives at the, in mid-July with a whole team, including President Capps. So we're working on it.
As a sidebar, I just want to note too, because I neglected to do so earlier, and some of us were saying it's important to represent that on the slide about the parent surveys. While I was focusing on how the support, ranging from somewhat to strong support for returning in person to school in August, was majority support and shifted higher upon knowing more details, there was a sizable, not insignificant proportion of parents responding that initial round of survey saying they were not comfortable returning to school in person in August. So I just want to make sure that that is represented, since I did not verbally call that out, and it aligns to what you were opening with, Dr. Reed. And it's really comparable in a lot of ways to what we see from our staff and our students in terms of what they indicate in terms of interest in full remote learning.
And can I add one more thing? We're really well off as a district as terms of connectivity for families, devices for families, but it's my opinion that even if one student is not able to get on and is missing out, we're missing the mark. So that's something we have to correct. I'm excited because LA Unified has done a good job of that from what I've read. So I'm excited to hear Hilda's ideas about that as she comes in. But it's something we are certainly very well aware of and we're working on.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions, and I appreciate both your response, Mr. Rickman, and I appreciate your comment that if one student can't, attend and engage in remote learning, then that's too many. Because certainly if our model is a hybrid model, then we want to make sure that students can participate in that model. Another message that came through was from secondary teachers who are concerned over seeing, who are single subject teachers, over 100 students a day. So that it's one model you have. So I guess I kind of wanted to just ask that question. The concern is they're seeing numerous students in these block schedules ongoing, and they're stressing over the concern of getting the virus, and because they have so much contact versus, for example, maybe the elementary teachers that would have these AB model, hybrid models. I don't know who would respond to that.
I'll respond to that. That's one of the challenges that I was alluding to earlier about just the larger class sizes, the higher we go in the grade spans. One of the early models we put forward had students in 3 cohorts. And what we heard most predominantly was, well, if that means that students would only have the opportunity to be on campus 1 day a week, that was not going to be something that would be as supported as pushing to find out ways to try to get students divided into 2 cohorts such that they could be on campuses up to 2 days a week. Again, if we adopt the hybrid model, and frankly, if we have the right number of students participating in remote learning, back to Ms. Ford's question, that's where kind of the math of all this will become really pertinent. So that's something we have not fully figured out. We can easily see scenarios will work just fine. We have classes now that run they run at sort of non-traditionally low numbers. Then we have some classes that run really high. We have some places where we can use outdoor spaces, and we have other places where it's less convenient to do so. So that's where it becomes a real puzzle, and we're going to have to look at it in a granular fashion and find those areas. We heard from a teacher tonight, for example, who feels like, based on her experience, that the appropriate distancing wouldn't be possible in her particular setup. So it will take some level of bringing a macro model forward and then kind of applying that across a master schedule in a junior high or high school with the remote learning piece component built in, with the outdoor spaces component built in. Part of what having the expanded class periods do in junior high and high school is allowed for greater distribution of students. So if we're used to 6 periods of course offerings, but we're going to 8 periods of course offering, it allows us to distribute students more than we have traditionally done. So that is all in the thinking, and we're just going to have to work through those pieces. In addition to some of the things you heard Mr. Tay talking about, the face shields and other measures.
Yes, thank you for that. And I think I asked this question in an email to Dr. Wagener about the face shields, because and I think Mr. Tay mentioned also that was research going into right now, face shields for teachers, but also for students, that you're looking into those options, because wearing a mask all day long and then having to, just to be able to see facial expressions, I think is part of the whole experience in school, right? To be able to interact with students. So I look forward to hearing more about that. I do have one final question, and this is really for Mr. Becchio. And what came up also in a consistent thread was, and I know you touched upon it, but I guess I just would want to reiterate that teachers are concerned about policies in terms of sick policies, and will there be policies regarding when students are sick? And teachers have shared concerns about students who may not be sent home. Maybe they don't have a temperature, but maybe they're carrying the virus. I mean, just how are we really making sure that teachers are getting, their question too is, if they get sick days, will they be allowed days for when they can't, they have the 2 weeks of, I want to say hibernation, but where they have to be in quarantine. So how are we supporting the teachers when they can't return to work because they have to be in quarantine because they had the COVID virus? So I know these are all things that you're thinking about, but that just seems to be a thread that I'm hearing too in these emails of concerns from teachers. What about that? How are we going to handle that? Our policy is going to need to change to address that.
Yeah, so there's already emergency leave acts that have been passed that we have to follow. Actually, they're good through December 31st, which give teachers and other staff members leave time at certain pay rates if they exhaust all their sick leave. And so we'll follow those, of course. But also, this is one of the negotiated items that we have to spend time on. We did in the initial school closure spend a lot of time with our bargaining units on language around leaves. And so I anticipate some of that language we will carry over to the start of the school year, and other pieces of it will have to modify somewhat, but that will be a big topic of negotiation, as is the teacher leaves and sick leaves and how they're used, et cetera.
So I guess just that teachers will be assured of understanding what that is as they go into this school year. That's the goal.
Yeah, I mean, that's more around awareness of making sure our teachers understand the rules around leaves and whatever language we develop around leaves, and some of the laws that are already in place around leaves because of COVID. So that's raising awareness, and we will certainly do that. We're also, we do a lot of talking to individual teachers about specific cases here in HR. So we've done a lot of that over the last couple months, and really does require sometimes to just talk about the specific cases and what they're dealing with so we can apply the right type of leave to that individual. So there'll be a lot of that too, Dr. Reed.
Thank you. I just appreciate the transparency that all of you have brought forward on all of these topics. And I'm raising these questions just because these seem to be consistent threads of concern. And I know you're addressing all of them, but I guess I just wanted you to be aware of what I've been hearing. And again, thank you all for great work. And I will step aside for others to ask their questions.
Okay, Ms. Sims-Norton. Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Thank you. So I just want to reiterate, I won't keep long. I agree. I appreciate the questions and the comments both from Dr. Reed and Ms. Ford. So it answered some of the questions that I had coming up. So I have a couple of things in that, wow, we're really at the will of this virus, right? And so in terms of how we do so, the models that we're bringing forth, such as you brought today, really gonna, I think it was Ms. Carey that said, allow us to pivot between what needs to happen, because we may think this way and the virus takes us a different way because we're at the will of what the county health officer is saying. And so all the things what's happening in the community. So even more so about our community, how we're keeping everybody safe with regards to this so that we can carry on. And it really sounds like that it's really just a patchwork of rules and requirements, because there's still so much unknown with regards to where this virus is going. And I guess we're learning as we go, and we'll continue to find out what works best, and we'll continue to work to improve as we need to adapt. But I have a couple questions. And first, Dr. Becky, I want to talk about Mr. Romo. So that Mr. Romo is part of the community funding circle around childcare. So that group is already in place. It was responding to the childcare when it initially closed in March. So they've been in place and have looked at some funding scenarios, what needs to do, and it's been adapting to what the needs are now, and really waiting for the school districts, because it's a huge determining factor as to how employees are going to go back and how they're going to deal with it. So that group is, I urge you to get back with him. Also, First Five is a part of that. And although I talk about those first 5 years, we're talking about the greater part of childcare too, just in general, all the way up to the childcare needs up to 12 years of age or more, depending on the needs of the family. So that is a group that's ready to support. So talking about the community support that's coming, that's a group that's aware and really have put their money where it is. A lot of it started with the need to expand childcare spaces so that they really could they could comply with the social distancing. So they're aware of that and the need to expand. And also it came around with regards to supplies that are needed, extra cleaning supplies, extra things that are there. So they're aware of the things that are going on and how they then bring in other funders to expand to be able to help with whatever we're going back with as school districts, because it's us and other school districts that are there too. What are the needs for the childcare community with regards to that? So I think they're ready and willing to help, and I would urge you to get back in touch with him. May even see you on a Zoom meeting, because we're part of that meeting as well. And the other thing I wanted to say was a couple of things. So how are we, I noticed there's some cleaning, we're going to have the cleaning scenarios that have to happen after each one. How are our janitorial staff being protected in that way? Are we expanding, adding extra cleaning staff to that it doesn't have to be answered tonight, but that's a question that came to mind as I was, looking at the slides. How are we doing that and making sure that we either have enough, cleaning and experts and janitorial staff, making sure they're protected, and number one, that they have enough to do what we need to do to make sure that we're doing things safely. And one more question, a couple more questions. So as we go to a hybrid model and as we come back in the different cohorts, are we looking at any type of testing or in terms of the students coming in terms of teachers? I don't know how that does in terms of privacy rights and all those things. Are we considering any of those things of testing folks as they come in, before they come in, and what type of screening tools are we doing with regards to that? So a question, I'm sure you may have talked about it, but it just kind of came up. I didn't clearly see that it was addressed, but I may have missed that part. And lastly, probably Meg, this is for you with regards to the CARES Act. Were we able to draw down any dollars? Because I know it's expensive to do what we need to do. So.
Yes, I just applied for the elementary and secondary school emergency relief fund. That was done today. It was available, I believe, yesterday. So that's about 2.2 million. We're still waiting on the other 3 items that we will probably be entitled to, but there's been no information like how you access those funds. But now that the governor's budget is done and we're still waiting for the feds to come completely 100% tell us what they're going to give us, that will come. So right now, but we do have the CARES ESSER, the Elementary Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund.
So that's good to hear. So
we also have FEMA. I'm going to submit to FEMA also, right, for these PP&E.
Okay. Well, thank you. The other questions were asked by both Dr. Reed and Ms. Ford, and they were answered. So those were just my final ones that I wanted to ask. And I just also want to appreciate the work that it went into to bring it in so succinctly today and so clear to how we can really now, given what we've taken input from the initial conversations, now we brought it here, and now we can really go back and say, here's, should we approve your recommendations to go forward with your staff recommendations. I see that it's very succinctly to be able to do how to do that, and it will also be a guideline for other organizations that are waiting to see what we're doing, as a district. So we're so integral in how they then re-enter their employees as well. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Simpson. Ms. Munoz.
Okay. Yes, I just have a few comments also. As my colleagues said, the child care is a concern. I appreciate seeing the hybrid model and all the work that went into it. The specifics, I think, really help in terms of coordinating elementary, junior high, and the high school schedule, because I have had more calls from parents and folks that are concerned about how they're going to juggle all this, with students that are in different grades and different schools. And, I like the idea of having like the common Wednesday so that they, have that schedule and that predictability. There is a lot of concern around childcare, so I'll be, interested in finding out more about that, because it is expensive. Folks that are just making it with trying to keep up with their rent and stuff, and then how they can rely on like AOK, the after school program, or our community partners for childcare. And as Mr. Rickman said, the access to the internet is a real concern on the days that they have Zoom, which it would be, let's see, like 3 days a week, I believe. The access to the internet, and then also having a quiet place to study. One of the community groups that I have met with, we talked about like having a place for students to go to work on their homework, a quiet place, possible learning center with support of the library or such. But just any way that we could support our parents. I'm also, I was also concerned about like if they have a child that has a temperature, having to go pick up their child and then isolating the family And if that child is to then, another child is to test positive in that same family, the impact on the employment of the parent or parents. Yeah, and then just, the COVID numbers. I mean, a lot of it is something that we can't control. We have many grandparents or older adults that are taking care of the younger children. So, of course, the exposure to them. So any support that we could give our families and our staff is of concern. But thank you for all the work that's got into this in terms of the school district.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Munoz. I just had a couple questions myself before we wrap it up here and call for the vote. But I think you heard us loud and clear on the childcare front. For me, this is a plan that's being put in place if we do go hybrid. To me, hybrid is it's essential to have. I would call maybe learning centers because it's really. So many of the concerns that we heard from parents and we're hearing from parents over email and tonight are, about the social, the loss that their children are experiencing, the mental health challenges. I think so many of these things, of course, we all want our kids to be in school full time. I'm a mom. I get it. That's the ideal. But I believe that if the hybrid model matched with a really robust sense of this community coming together, the way that we talked about the Thomas Fire, the way that we figured out how to get our teachers up through the 101 and by going around and these creative out-of-the-box solutions, I think that's what we need now. And so I could sort of envision, learning centers around the community where kids could go when their cohort isn't in school, and they could have help with AOK instructors, with Boys and Girls Club staff. Michael Baker's already offered up the Boys and Girls Club as a place that is currently empty during the school day. So there's so many options. I know it's complicated. This is a compromise that we're talking about today. I went back and I looked at the CDC's guidelines for schools, and it talks about the lowest risk is obviously remote. We know that, we get that. We're hoping we don't have to do that. No, we don't want that. Some families will feel more comfortable, but most want their children in school. Most teachers want to be back connected with their kids. But a hybrid model, it indicates the CDC is the medium risk scenario. And that's what we're spending time on today. And then of course, the highest risk would be opening back up fully as before. So I appreciate today's report. There's still more questions than answers, but I believe by acknowledging the work you've done and basically giving a green light with this vote to move forward on this model that so many experts, as was just eloquently described by the teacher earlier, the experts, the teachers, the principals have put forward, then we can start answering some of those questions. So that's why I'm in support of this. I do have a couple questions that I want to reflect that came across from parents and teachers over email. The first is a common one I get from parents who want to open fully. They say, well, hire more teachers. I know it's easy to dismiss that, but there's some merit to that. Could someone, maybe Ms. Jate, just speak? I mean, what are we talking about if we were to open fully and split so that we're abiding by CDC guidelines of 6 feet apart in classes? Is that a doubling of the workforce? Is that if you could just give a ballpark so that when that question comes up, I at least am equipped with an answer.
Well, my first comment would be that we don't have the brick and mortar classrooms to have to split the classrooms and have a teacher in every classroom with half the class.
Yeah.
So we would almost have to double our facilities, and that's an impossibility. People have mentioned tents, but how do you get a couple of classrooms in a tent and have the sound, and how do you protect the facility? So it would be quite expensive also. I mean, if we doubled our teachers, it'd be quite expensive. But I think on the bottom line is we physically can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, but I do appreciate when those questions come across on email, the outside the box thinking, the tents, et cetera. So I hope, and I know this is the case, that is being encouraged internally, that kind of thinking. The other question I had is pretty specific, probably for Ms. Loffridge, about the A and B cohort in elementary. A parent asked me, why would it be a Monday, Thursday scenario with the younger kids? Isn't it better to keep them sort of more routine, Monday, Tuesday? And if this is a longer answer, I can follow up with you sidebar, but I'd like to get back to this parent because once she raised that with me today, it made a lot of sense to ask that question.
Sure, I can answer briefly. We did talk about that in our team. We talked about a lot of different scenarios. One of the thinkings between not having it Monday, Tuesday was it'd be a very long stretch without having any contact with our kids. We want to make sure that they have access to the grab breakfast to take home and lunch, and that we know if they are ill or if we need to check in with that family. That was one of the reasons we landed on the Monday, Thursday, with the alignment of the junior highs and high schools on Wednesday as the day for when we would offer, time for teachers to collaborate and learn and continue to improve on the remote aspects of instruction, as well as all instruction. And then to have our comm counselors, our art, music, PE, and other people check in with those kids during that time. But we did consider that, but we felt that that was a very long stretch not to see a young child and know that they were okay.
So sensibly, if it was Monday, Tuesday, you would, that student would be out of school from Tuesday until Monday.
Until Monday.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's see, I just lost my train of thought, but that's, this is along those lines. I just think, again, I understand and I appreciate the couple speakers tonight of the viewpoint of a working parent. I'm one of them. So I think as much as we can explain that those 80 points of how it would look like to actually fully reopen and all of the ways in which our school district would have to abide by these state regulations and by CDC standards. I think if we could put that list on our website, or at least arm the school board with it so we can respond to emails, because I think it's really confusing to hear. I'll just end with that request, but just to reiterate, this is a global pandemic. Every school district in the country is dealing with this. I'm impressed that we've made so much progress tonight. I am interested. I think it's not enough for us to just come back on July 21st. I know we've had these marathon meetings every other week, but I'm proposing, in coordination with our new superintendent who starts July 1st, a study session or another special meeting so that we can just focus on school reopening prior to this critical vote on July 21st. We can talk about that further, but I just wanted to let the public know that I believe it would be helpful for me as a board member to hear from County Public Health right before that critical vote, when we do need to decide which actual model we're moving forward on, now that we're putting so many pieces in place between now and then. So that's my preference. So with that, I will call for the vote on this recommendation. Let's see if I have to go back and read it. It's kind of a mouthful. I guess, let's see, it would be item G14, school reopening and approval of recommendations. So I'll make the motion to move this forward.
I'll second.
I think I saw Dr. Reed. Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you for that good discussion. I know we have a lot of participants waiting for items G1 and 2. I'm looking around. Do we need to take a 5-minute break? Do we need to just keep going? 5-minute break? To our members of the public, hang on. We're doing our best. This is important stuff, incredibly important stuff, as are the next items related to Black student youth. So we will come back at a little after 9:45, about 9:46. Thanks, everybody. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are moving back up the agenda to item G1 and G2. I propose connecting these two items together so we can have discussion about both of them, but then action on both of them. So item G1 and 2, G1 is adoption of the resolution number 2019-2027 in response to Black student youth. And G2 is approval of Black student youth action plan. So I'm going to ask Ms. Sims Moten Ms. Ford and Dr. Wagnick to present the resolution and then just go straight into the action plan. Then we will hear from our public speakers, of which we have 56 after that.
Thank you, President Capps, and I also want to thank Ms. Ford, Dr. Wagner, and also Talia Hamilton as we bring this revised public comment informed resolution with regards to supporting our Black students. And I just want to say that, you know, to address the Black Lives Matter, not only the Black Lives Matter, but the history of Black Lives Matter. And that's why it's so important with regards to our ethnic studies that we are a district that says we want to make sure the history of all of our students, our very diverse population, the history of those people are there and our students can see themselves in there. And now we talk about all lives matter, they do, but when some faction of those all don't seem to matter, then it's important to speak up, and it is important to call to that attention with regards to that. And so we hope that this resolution that we're bringing today really reflects the conversations that we heard last board meeting. Also, we have looked at other resolutions who have other school districts that have looked at different things and really raised this to a level of how do we then replicate it here? Having sometimes with a small population of one part or another, you don't really get the full richness of what's going on. And so we had the opportunity when we took this back to really think about it, took a step back from what we presented earlier or at our last board meeting to really be informed too as what's going along around our state and how could we better inform and replicate what we need to do here to really raise this to that next level that it truly represents with regards to the Black Lives Matter, the history, knowing what needs to do, making sure that we are having practices of adding, you know, teachers with diverse backgrounds, so that, again, that we have teachers and leaders that reflect our student population. So I'm gonna let Ms. Ford, you know, comment on that, but President Capps, I do have a question. So after Ms. Ford, and Dr. Wagner speak to this, are you wanting me to read into record the resolution?
Yes, I will reserve my comments for the report. And so yes, after Ms. Ford, if you can read the resolution.
Okay, well.
I guess I'll only say that it was a true joy working with Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Sims-Moten, and Dr. Wagner on this work. I think the overall lesson that we learned over the past few weeks is that it's most important that we listen and learn. And I hope that everyone who reads this resolution will see that we are listening and we're learning.
Okay. So Santa Barbara Unified School District Resolution number 2019-20-27 in support of Black Student Youth Santa Barbara. Whereas, in recognition of the current and historically disparate treatment of African Americans, we assert unequivocally that Black Lives Matter. And whereas Black Lives Matter protests have swept the nation of demonstrators demand justice in response to the killings of George Floyd, Rayshard Brooks, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and far too many other Black Americans to list. And whereas the killing of Black people is an unacceptable violation of human rights due to all people, and whereas in 2019, Pew Center survey, 84% of Black adults said that in dealing with police, Black people are generally treated less fairly than whites. And 87% of Blacks and 61% of whites said the US criminal justice system treats Black people less fairly. And whereas the Black Lives Matter movement, like the civil rights and Black power movements before it, has effectively articulated the injustices that exist at the intersections of race, class, gender, and gender. This includes mass incarceration, police brutality, poverty, unaffordable housing, income disparity, homophobia, gender inequality, lack of access to healthcare, and poor educational outcomes. And whereas we declare that racism is a public health emergency, and acknowledging that Santa Barbara is not immune to the incidents of racial injustice. And I just want to just add on this part about it is a public health emergency. It is not, if you will, in the Black community, other communities of color, willing to come forth and say that I have a mental health issue, because you're often judged by that. So therefore, there's this underlying public health emergency that is going on unnoticed, undetected. And so it's really important that it is declared as a public health emergency. Therefore, with regards to our mental health services that we're providing, we want to be ensured that we're including our Black children, our African-American children, our children of color, because their mental health may be much more quiet and unknown, because again, there is some judgment if you were to come forth and display that. And whereas in the United States, Black children represent 32% of children who are arrested, 42% of children who are detained, and 52% of children whose cases are judicially waived to criminal court. And whereas in the United States, Black students in the US are nearly 2 times as likely to be suspended without educational services as white students, Black students are also 3.8 times as likely to receive 1 or more out-of-school suspensions as white students, and even more troubling, Black students are 2.3 times as likely to receive a referral to a law enforcement or to be the subject of school-related arrests as white students. And whereas in Santa Barbara Unified School District, Black students are twice as likely to be suspended without, excuse me, I'm saying that again.
No, that's
the
correct.
second one. Yeah, it's in Santa Barbara Unified, sorry. In Santa Barbara Unified School District, Black students are twice as likely to be suspended without educational services as white students. Black students also 1.1 times as likely to receive 1 or more out-of-school suspensions as white students. Black students are 1.5 times as likely to receive a referral to law enforcement or to be subject to a school-related arrest as white students. And I would like to add on that part there that we have a juvenile justice center, I believe, that in conjunction with probation, and it might be something we might want to look into, how we are able to participate on that commission. I know we might be in the past, I'm not sure if we are now, but as a side note, Dr. Wagner, it might be something we want to talk about further as we get into that, working with probation. How do we, look at a juvenile system being reimagined? Whereas the Santa Barbara Unified Board of Trustees affirms that we stand with Black children, families, and communities everywhere in the fight for racial equality and justice. And we strive to eliminate the structural racism in the district that creates economic, educational, and social disparities. And whereas per board policy 5145.9, we do not tolerate hate or racism and must respond swiftly and decisively when we encounter intolerance, inequity, and bias on our campuses. And whereas Santa Barbara Unified is committed to ongoing critical reflection and honest conversation across our schools for all to engage with the issues of racial injustice. Therefore, be it resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified Board of Trustees endorses and encourages its staff and students to engage in the practice of equity in order to reject racism, build understanding, and actively engage in creating pathways to freedom and justice for all people at all times. And be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees values human rights, peace, respect, inclusivity, and equity, and recognize that we are all stronger in our diversity. And be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District will develop and purchase culturally relevant resources for educators and families for distribution and posting on the district website that teach about, celebrate, uphold, and affirm the lives of Black people. That they too support critical dialogue among students, staff, and community members about the impact of bias and racism in our schools, community, and nation, and that these resources will be embedded in professional development as integral components of the district's work with teachers in all subjects. And be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District strengthens and continually expands the ethnic studies curriculum, which is taught by culturally competent teachers of color. And be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees vows to work proactively to identify class and cultural biases, as well as practices, policies, and institutional barriers that negatively influence student learning, perpetuate opportunity gaps, and impede equal access to opportunities for all students in order to eradicate institutional bias of any kind, including implicit or unintentional biases and prejudices that affect student achievement, and to eliminate disparities in educational outcomes for students from historically underserved and underrepresented populations. And be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District superintendent and/or designee will work with parents, educators, and community groups to develop additional resources that focus on the well-being of Black families and caregivers for the purpose of contributing to the ongoing need for healing. Need my glasses. And be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees encourages district-wide participation in discussions and activities in classrooms at home that highlight, uplift, and affirm the rich history and contributions of the Black community, to cultivate in Black students a sense of pride, self-worth, and self-love, and to develop a widespread acknowledgement and appreciation for the contributions of Black people to our community. And be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees recognizes the importance in disrupting a business as usual approach for the Black students and their families, and using this opportunity to ensure our budget elevates the excellence for Black students and their families, and mandates annual anti-bias training across the district, including board members, administrators, teachers, SROs, and staff. And be it further resolved, the Santa Barbara Unified District Board of Trustees calls for meaningful discussion and actions on our campuses about issues of social justice and the root causes of institutional racism, racial strife. And be it further resolved that Santa Barbara Unified School District allocates additional resources for rehabilitation and mental health services for at-risk youth as an alternative to the juvenile justice system, and for restorative approaches that address hate crimes, that reduce out-of-school suspensions, and that condemns the social school to prison pipeline. And be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District Educational Service Department will consult with parents, educators, and community groups to identify additional measures of racial inequality, inequity in the district, and propose a method for the collection of this data, and that the district commits to the collection of this data for the purpose of illuminating and resolving areas of the district's programs that are still marked by racial disparities. And be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District of Trustees commit itself not only to address the symbols of institutional racism and white supremacy, but also to proactively identify and address biases, practices, policies, and institutional barriers that perpetuate injustice and inequality in our schools and in our community. And be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District implements equitable hiring practices across the district in order to recruit and retain a certificated district staff that is reflective of the racial diversity of our students. And be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District of Trustees will revisit the aforementioned action items through quarterly reports by the district staff that will be made accessible by the public. Approved and adopted by the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees on the 23rd day of June in the year 2020 by the following vote, of course, that we will do. So
thank you, Ms. Sims-Moten. If I can just explain, thank you for that, and Ms. Ford for your work. The reason why we're taking these two items together is because as powerful and complete, in my view, that resolution is, we have action to report, and we have a plan to report as well. So it's not just a resolution and rhetoric and a commitment, but there's actual action and a plan and the strategies that have been worked on after meeting with the students last week. So that's why I'm pleased to see this report and wanted to take the conversation together so that we can vote on both an action plan as well as this resolution. So with that, Dr. Wagnick, if you could introduce the plan.
Thank you, Ms. Sims-Moten and Ms. Ford. As President Capps just noted, And as we stated to the students who delivered demands to us on Sunday, June 7th, it's important to watch our actions and make sure that they back up our words. I mean, you know, the background on this is that we do recognize that 400 years of systemic racism has impacted all aspects of the lives of Blacks in America, and that includes education. On Sunday, June 7th, 2020, of an amazingly large group of young people accompanied by some adults came to the district office, and they delivered their demands. We were able on Monday, June 15th, 2020, a collection of cabinet members and board members came together to meet with those students and listen to them. In response, here is our response to their demands. The first is we demand ethnic studies classes with culturally relevant curriculum. And Ms. Carey is going to address this first demand.
At the November 11th, 2018 board meeting, the board approved the addition of a 5-unit, 1-semester ethnic studies course, making it a requirement for all students in the matriculating class of 2024 and beyond. Elective options for ethnic studies had existed prior to that, dating back 20 years and more in some cases. But this universal graduation requirement was achieved through community activism, advocacy, and collaborative implementation planning. Our existing courses will honor and fulfill the graduation requirement. We have multiple courses available through our dual enrollment partnership with Santa Barbara City College that will fulfill the graduation requirement. And we've been working hard for the last 12 to 18 months at developing 2 new courses, initially 2 new courses, but we'll be expanding that effort that will also fulfill the graduation requirement. Courses that we call ethnic studies qualifying courses, in other words, those that fulfill the graduation requirement, must be grounded in the California Model Curriculum for Ethnic Studies and our Santa Barbara Unified Ethnic Studies Framework, which was derived from the model curriculum and from ongoing professional learning and consultation with experts in the field. And while we are entering in what we label a 4-year implementation phase, where our implementation of ethnic studies reaches higher and higher levels of fidelity to ethnic studies, the discipline, we are very pleased and excited to share with the community that beginning this fall, nearly a dozen teachers will be instructing over 1,100 students in an ethnic studies qualifying course.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. Demand number 2 was that we demand SBUSD implement equitable hiring practices and recruit culturally competent teachers of color for ethnic studies in all classrooms. And Dr. John Vecchio will respond to this demand.
Yes, thank you. The important point here, particularly at the listening session, was around not only ethnic studies, but throughout our teaching force, and not just to recruit and hire teachers within our community, but the importance of hiring teachers that of color who may not be from our community as well, because they bring diverse perspective as well. So I heard that from our listening session. This slide really represents 2 areas of HR in terms of the hiring and recruitment processes, and it's a call out to examine the screening process, interview protocols, and the actual selection process when we get to that point in the hiring phase, to really look at any actions within that could be eliminated, modified, or added that would meet this particular demand number 2. And then the recruitment, I put a few bullet points here around our recruitment efforts and to enhance our abilities to reach out and really look for ways to boost our diverse applicant pools and continue partnerships, maybe engage in new ones of teacher preparation programs where they have diversity in their student teaching cohorts, and then pursue recruitment opportunities such as hiring fairs where we know that there's a diverse group of teacher candidates.
Thank you, Dr. Vecchio. Demand number 3 was we demand SBUSD have school resource officers complete bias training class before being allowed to work on campus, in addition to de-escalation training and protocols. Our response to this is that we will absolutely implement that and work with the Sheriff's Department and the Santa Barbara Police Department. But we also want to take it beyond what the students have asked for. And in keeping with what the National School Resource Officer Association recommends, we will be asking that school resource officers and deputies be required to show completion of professional learning in the areas of de-escalation techniques, implicit bias, cultural competence, adolescent brain development, and working with students with disabilities. In addition, we will be developing an evaluative tool to measure student, staff, and parent guardian perception of the SRO or SRD deputy on each of our campuses. These results will then be provided to law enforcement supervisors to be used in the officer or deputy's annual evaluation. And finally, district leadership is going to work with Santa Barbara PD and the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office in July 2020 to establish training requirements and communicate expectations for the evaluation of SROs and SRDs. Demand number 4 was we demand SBUSD publicly condemn the school to prison pipeline. That was called out in the board resolution that we just heard, board resolution 2019-20-27. But we have to do the work beyond the words. And we ask that the students who have called this out look at our work, and I want to explain what some of that work is, and Ms. Sims-Moten did talk about one piece as well earlier. There was a racial and ethnic discrepancy or disparities evaluation that was done by Dr. Jill Sharkia several years ago, and that has framed and driven the work in our community, in our county, to reduce the number of young people who are incarcerated. We are involved in that work through Ms. Sims-Moten. You were talking about the Juvenile Justice Steering Committee, of which I am a member, along with other government agencies and juvenile probation. So we are involved in that work. We have representatives, myself and Ali Cortez, our clinical youth outreach worker, who serve on the South Coast Task Force for Youth Safety. This is the organization that was originally at one time called the Gang Task Force and was rebranded 2 or 3 years ago to focus on youth safety in general. But very much so looks at reducing youth incarceration in our community. Professional learning is also essential to this, and we have to create diverse and affirming learning environments that value all of our learners and cultures. And so we have to enhance the work that we're doing to provide professional learning for our workforce. And then finally, we need to continue listening and having conversations with Black youth Santa Barbara, Black student youth Santa Barbara, trying to get their name right. We need to keep talking, keep listening, and talking not just with that group, but student voice is so essential to the work that we do. And then finally, we demand Santa Barbara Unified School District allocate funds to rehabilitation and mental health services for at-risk youth as an alternative to probation and/or juvenile hall. Now, while the school district is not directly responsible for youth incarceration, we do have the ability to provide services to students that will limit or help ameliorate the issues that lead to juvenile incarceration through mental health services. And we actually are increasingly building a very robust school-based mental health program. And I was remiss when I saw this, that the students were not aware of the services that were available to them or already happening in our schools. And so communicating that out to students, I don't have a bullet here, but we need for our the youth in our schools to know what services are available to them. But we do have school-based mental health services for preschool through grade 12 through Family Service Agency and CALM. Our preschools and our elementary schools have the benefit of the trauma-informed consultation model through CALM in an effort to build trauma-informed schools. We are doing racial and ethnic disparities work, and that work is shown that when school districts focus on this work, that mental health of Black students and students of color improves. And so we have to continue to do that. We do fund 2 positions that specifically work with our students who are most at risk for incarceration in order to, and this is a preventative measure, but also a treatment measure. One position is our clinical youth outreach worker, Ali Cortez, who is an MFT and serves in both a therapeutic and social worker role for the young women in our community. And then Ismael Huerta, who's our lead youth outreach coordinator, working primarily with the young men. We have increasingly been working on alternatives to suspension, but one thing that we've been doing in the last 2 years is requiring a referral to our mental health assessment processes for all students who are suspended. So students who are suspended, we, in addition to the disciplinary action, we're looking for a root cause. We're looking for the why, and we will continue to do that and continue to look for alternatives to suspension. And then finally, in addition to funding our school-based mental health services, and we fund that at a cost of over $1 million a year to the school district. We also just recently received a grant from the Women's Fund to kickstart a program in our 3 traditional high schools called Sources of Strengths, which is a peer-based program that is specifically geared at suicide prevention, but also through that enhances the overall school climate, thus lifting the mental wellness of all students. I think I said finally on demand 5, but there are actually 6 demands. Demand 6 is we demand Santa Barbara Unified School District adopt a resolution declaring racism as a public health emergency and allocate resources to implement restorative justice practices to deal with hate crimes. This is, again, as is the case in all of the demands, called out in the board resolution. We also, we do have a commitment to restorative approaches, and we have positions in our district office that are specifically geared towards the use of restorative approaches and other initiatives. We have a teacher on special assignment for student engagement. We have our coordinator of school climate and safety. And then in our schools, specifically in each of our junior highs and high school, we have a dean of student engagement who is responsible for restorative approaches at the schools. And then finally, we have elementary assistant principals at 4 elementary schools. We launched restorative approaches in 2012, and when we met with the students on June 15th, it was clear that we do need a reboot. And we've learned a lot in the last 8 years on what we need to do better. Right before the quarantine started and we shut down schools, I gave a report to the school board that showed that we have a lot of work to do around how we respond to student behavior. And at that time, there was a commitment in that February meeting to do an audit and root cause analysis of our responses to behavior in the way in which we meter out discipline. We need to continually work on creating conditions for learning in our schools that is based on relationships first. We need to do a lot of mindset work, both with adults and students, to change the way we look at student behavior. And so we really need this reboot. But restorative approaches can't be a standalone. And what this reboot is really going to come down to is being part of a braiding of initiatives that includes culturally responsive teaching, social emotional learning, and positive behavior interventions. It has to all happen together in order to be effective, because really restorative approaches is a philosophy. And it's based in the idea that I am because we are, the word Ubuntu. And all students need to feel that they belong in the classroom, that they belong in the school, and that they are a part of. And that's really the most important work of restorative approaches. So we will be moving forward on that reboot that was already planned when the quarantine hit, and we are committed to doing that. So at this time, I will turn this back over to you, President Capps.
Thank you, Dr. Vinik and the team. Okay, so we will be voting on the resolution and on the 6 demands and the action plan related, but first we'll hear from our public speakers. I'd like to turn it over to Talia Hamilton, the student leader who has been at the helm of this. And so Talia, if you're still with us, I think you are, you're invited to
Yeah,
speak.
I'm still here.
Thank you.
I think it's great how much support we've been getting. I think having the meetings, meeting that we did have was great, and we got to hear each other's opinions and kind of work together on this, because also like we can't do much without you guys. So I'm very thankful for you helping us. Yeah, I'm just excited to see where this goes, and I hope that we can keep doing more stuff like this, because there's always a need for change. So.
I agree. Thank you for your leadership. And with that, I'm going to turn it to Mr. Hio and public comment. And then again, we'll come back to take action on this resolution and on the 6 demands and expressing our support.
Yes, good evening, President Capps. We have about 60 public comment on this G1 and G2 items. So I will name the first 5 to begin. First person is Manny Singh, Peter Scott, James Fechner, John McLearn, Miranda Jew. So I will start with Manny.
Hi friends, it's Manjother Manny Singh. I teach math at La Colina Junior High. I'm here to show support to Shakir, Talia, and all of the other youth that put together the Black Lives Matter protest, the youth-led protest, created these demands, and have also started a revolution within our school district, our school system, and within myself. I am hoping that our district is truly committed to not only supporting and following through with these demands to the fullest, but also continuing to really do the work to dismantle our racist, anti-Black school system. I was very happy to see that the training was brought into all teachers and staff and administration, because it's important that all of us are required to have anti-bias training. At this point, it is only optional, and
30 seconds.
It's great for everybody to have to do that and it not be a choice. We all need to be doing this work together to move forward and truly break this system. I also was happy to see that we want to see ethnic studies pedagogical ideas be presented to students starting young and all the way throughout their schooling, not just one required course. And then I'd also like to see us really look into the segregation of our students within our school, starting at elementary and working through our
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next we have Peter Scott. Go ahead, Peter.
Good evening. My name is Peter Scott. I'm legal counsel to Fair Education Santa Barbara. If the board enters into this resolution as is, we believe that the board will have committed a knowing and deliberate violation of the Brown Act, and will have committed the district to an illegal, racially discriminatory employment policy. With respect to the Brown Act violations, I'm informed there was a private meeting between the student group and the district's upper level administration and numerous members of the board on about June 15th, 2020. At this meeting, I'm also informed that 3 or more members of the board attended in seriatim and in succession so as to avoid a quorum being present in any specific given time. This was a clear attempt to avoid the requirements of the Brown Act's prohibition of secret meetings of the school board. There's California case law and Attorney General advisory opinions that prohibit this very practice of trying to skirt the Brown Act. We'll be filing a public records request with respect to this meeting and all communications concerning this resolution, and also calling for an independent investigation by county council. If it turns out there was a violation, your attorneys can advise you of the consequences, but suffice it to say it'll render any action taken today on this resolution as void. As to the substance of the resolution, it specifically requires and commits the district to hiring only quote unquote teachers of color for the ethnic studies program. That's an overt, illegal racial discrimination policy writ large in the district resolution. If the resolution is entered, It'll be Exhibit A in any employment discrimination or wrongful termination case going forward.
Thank you. Next, we have James Finkner. Mr. Finkner, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Great, thanks. Good morning, good evening, board members and President Capps. Before I talk about what's in the resolution, I'd like to highlight what is missing. There is no reference to racial profiling, which, as you might know, is a huge concern among a number of people, especially as it relates to education, law enforcement, and the criminal justice system. This resolution, as Peter Scott also mentioned, calls out a racial requirement as a component of employment. Now, I'm concerned that this creates the impression that the district is now hiring and perhaps would soon be firing teachers based not only on character and pedagogical abilities, but race. Now, I just can't believe anyone on this board wants to return in any way to the era of Jim Crow, where race was a formalized function of access. So I'd like to ask each of the board members to address this concern.
30 seconds.
Would you consider including in this resolution a specific prohibition on racial profiling? And if not, why not? So thank you for your time and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Next, we have John McLearn. John, you may begin.
Thank you, members of the board, for attempting to pass a resolution, but it is not the purvey of the school district to try to rectify these issues that really can't be corrected in a school district. For example, some of the biggest issues affecting the Black community, and I would like to say that I am a Black Santa Barbara resident, by the way. Some of the biggest issues that are affecting my community are fatherlessness, teenage pregnancies, and poor education. And none of these are able to be addressed in this school district nor in this resolution. Also, I'd like to add that the majority of your school population is Hispanic, and the majority of the juveniles that are going to be incarcerated or have been incarcerated in the juvenile hall and the jail system here in Santa Barbara County have been mostly Hispanic. And in none of this discussion have they been talked about, nor have they been present.
30 seconds.
So this is clearly woefully inadequate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Miranda Jew.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Miranda Jew, and I'm a teacher at Santa Barbara High School, as well as a member of the Ethnic Studies cadre that is implementing our new Ethnic Studies courses next year. I'm speaking to you tonight to fully endorse the youth of Santa Barbara and each of their demands. After meeting with 2 Black student youth of Santa Barbara representatives, Shakira Ahmad and Talia Hamilton, last week, teachers in the Ethnic Studies cadre felt the need to show intentional statements of support for our youth. At the last board meeting on June 9th, San Marcos High School voiced support from nearly 60 teachers. In the past 24 hours, we have collected no less than 30 staff signatures from Dos Pueblos High School in full support of student demands. From Santa Barbara High School, over the course of 4 days, we collected no less than 64 staff signatures, including our principal, Dr. Elise Simmons, in full support of student demands. As you can see, we have an overwhelming amount of SB Unified staff members who are ready to ignite change at the site level. I now speak solely from my own perspective in regard to your response to student demands. I ask that you continue to include the Black student youth of Santa Barbara in conversations while implementing these changes. It is of the utmost importance that this work is student-centered, because if you are not centering them, you are centering yourselves. In addition, I want to stress the fact that your response this evening is not a resolution, but a starting point. To use your language in your response to demand number 4, words are not enough. Words must be followed by work. We have a lot of work to do, and this conversation does not stop here tonight. You have an overwhelming amount of staff members who are and will continue to show up for our Black student youth. I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now call our next 5 speakers. Barbara Barasteni, Rod Walters, John Douglas, Sheridan Rosenberg, Moni DeWitt. So I'll start with Barbara.
Good evening. Racism is the public health emergency. Did you know that Margaret Sanger is one root of true racism in our country? Governor Dan Forest of North Carolina recently stated that Planned Parenthood was created to destroy the entire Black race. That was the purpose of Planned Parenthood. His statements are backed up in the Christian Journal News, February 10th, 2020. Since 1973, 19 million Black babies have been aborted, mostly by Planned Parenthood. The fact is that Margaret Sanger believed that Aryan race to be superior and that it must be purified, a view that finds itself rooted from Charles Darwin. Sanger opened her clinics in largely minority neighborhoods because she felt the working class and immigrants were inferior and needed their population controlled so as to purify the human race. In fact, although only 13% of American women are Black, over 35% of all Black babies are aborted in the United States every year. Question, what is the leading cause of death of Black males in the United States? Does it come from the police force? Answer, no, not even drop in the bucket. It's planned eugenics, it's planned abortion. Where is the outrage in our community? Where does Planned Parenthood come? Why does Planned Parenthood come to teach our children in our public campuses? We say no to racism. True racism comes from currents that are welcomed and flowing in our own education system. We need parents both transparency and let them decide who teaches our children and what they get taught.
It's time. Thank you. Next, we have John Douglas. John, are you online? I'm not able to see him, so I'm going to go with Sheridan Rosenberg.
Thank you. So I have a few questions, actually. I thought we had a no fraternizing policy between teachers and students that was very strict and very clear. This seems to sort of blur those lines, actually not sort of, but perhaps absolutely. Also, I'd like to know, when are you going to make this training program, this anti-bias training program that you are forcing teachers to take, made to the public so we can all review this and weigh in? The other question I have is, what are you doing having teachers going around putting their names on lists to see who is or is not on board with this? Did it ever occur to any of you, not even for a minute, that any teacher who does not put their name on the list perhaps now has their name on a list for a purge of teachers who will not agree with this policy that you're implementing?
30 seconds.
For teachers that apparently fit your racial profile. I think we have a lot to talk about, and voting on this tonight is premature, to say the least. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Moni DeWitt. Not able to find her, so I'm going to go to the next 5. Mickey Hamill, I apologize. Mason Butchett, Andrea Fishman, John Morse, Nicole Powers. So I will start with Mickey Hamill.
Good, okay. Just to know, Black Lives Matter was founded by Patrisse Cullors, Alicia Garza, and Opal Tometi in 2013. They admit, they've been interviewed on this, it's on YouTube, they are dedicated to the ideology of Karl Marx, the father of scientific socialism, and the foundational figure of international communist movement. Responding to a question, Patrisse Cullors, quote, myself and Alicia in particular are trained organizers. We are trained Marxists. We are well versed on Marxist theory and ideology, she said, adding that the group's founders sought to build a movement that could encompass as many Black folk as possible. So just know that these claims, you're trying to improve Black lives, that's nice, but you are aligning yourselves with devout Marxists.
30 seconds.
And maybe for some of you, that's a 2-for-1. But for us who know Marxism, know that is responsible for tens of millions of deaths in the last century. And this is a ridiculous group to be aligned with, whose leaders are devout Marxists, and they admit it. And people are feeding them money. And I don't think that's a good use of my tax money. So
Time.
do not fund the Marxists. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mason Boucher. Sorry, I mispronounced your name. Nicole Powers.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Nicole Powers. I'm a teacher at San Marcos High School and a member of the Ethnic Studies Cadre. I want to voice my support of the demands made by Talia, Shakir, and Black Student Youth Santa Barbara. I also urge the board to continue to honestly analyze the systemic racism in our school district and actively work to uproot these systems. While the Ethnic Studies Cadre has created 2 new fabulous courses and is participating in ongoing training, this training has been limited to teachers directly associated with our cadre. As the board resolution alluded to, this is not enough. We need to build activist-minded, anti-racist campuses. I'm happy to hear about the requirement for administrators, counselors, teachers, and staff to engage and organize in order to heal the wounds inflicted on our Black, Indigenous, and people of color students. I'm also relieved to hear that administrators, counselors, teachers, and staff will all be required to complete anti-bias training along with the SROs. Our history of anti-bias training as optional for teachers and staff is an example of covert racism. Further, these training sessions need to be regular and ongoing. This is not a one-time deal. I ask that we stay focused on the anti-racist action ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Moni Duet.
Hi, this is Moni. Can you hear me okay, Sandra?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. You're doing a fabulous job here. Anyway, I do want to say I support number 4, the school to stopping the school to prison pipeline. But a key thing that is not coming up is literacy. And literacy is what disrupts the school to prison pipeline. And literacy is the Achilles heel of our district. It's what we're missing. It's what's killing us. Look at those scores. La Cuesta, 4%. These are juniors in high school. McKinley, 9% 4th graders. If you can't read by the end of the 4th grade, you're going to struggle well into 9th grade, and you're not going to be able to do the A through Gs. You're not going to go to 4-year college. And the people it impacts the most are the brown people and the Black people, because a lot of white people of means leave your district because they see the policies never had the will or capacity to do anything for this group. Students with disabilities are the lowest on the CAP scores, the lowest of the low. And 85% of the juveniles who enter the support system are functionally illiterate. Thank you, Sandra. Let's talk literacy, people. It's a human right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have John Morse.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm John Morrison, a member of Fair Education Santa Barbara. I recognize that this board intends to pass the resolution. I intend to address 2 particular items. I agree that the school to prison pipeline is a problem. However, in my opinion, it exists, largely because the district has been failing to teach literacy to so many students. It's no wonder that students who cannot read become frustrated and angry, then drop out of school, find themselves without skills to get a job, and wind up in prison. I question the concept that racism is a public health emergency. Semantically, this makes no sense. Even if we assume it is true, the question is, what's to be done about it? Just Communities has been embedded in this district for years and has received more than $1 million from its friends on the board, promising to correct implicit bias and improve student performance. Instead, the schools have lower test scores and increased violence and have a hostile racial environment. I know of 3 incidents in particular where white students have been bullied, shamed, and even assaulted. And that's despicable. It's time to stop bucketing money to this failing program and do something that works, like teaching students how to read. Why not give students tools to succeed rather than excuses to fail? I yield my time.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to call the next 5 speakers: Sarah Ellers, Crystal Farmer, Paige Michaels, Mandy Willett, Jordan Hirsch. So I'll start with Sarah Ellers.
Good evening. As a teacher at San Marcos High School, I'm speaking in support of our student demands. The district response as put forth in the board action plan presented tonight is promising, but it seems to have a few gaps with the proposed resolution in the following ways. To meet demand 1, teachers beyond the ethnic studies classroom, as well as administrators and counselors alike, need to experience ethnic studies training. The responsibility for healing is a collective one, and as such, this process must go beyond the teachers in the ethnic studies classrooms. For demand 3, the required coursework around anti-bias and anti-de-escalation work for SROs. Oh, sorry, this is before your presentation. You guys made it mandatory. Thank you, excellent. And then for demands 2 and 4, you guys talked about seeking partnerships and professional learnings as action items. And I'm just asking for more transparency. We're so excited to hear about those partnerships. Which ones are considered? How will the community be informed? By when will these partnerships be established? Just give us more. In the district narrative, there's a lot of detail about what we are already doing and not enough about the pragmatics or timeline of these exciting additions. And then lastly, for demand 5, I couldn't find a discernible commitment for action in addition to what's already happening before the student-led protest. It's not enough to state what we are already working on. Let's find more grants. The health of our student and ultimately the health of our community demand more.
Time.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you. Next we have Crystal Seagard.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, sorry, collecting myself, sorry. I had a planned speech, but I'm just gonna go off that because I'm very frustrated and harmed from the amount of racism that I've heard on this call from folks that live in this community with fair education and from folks that don't, because they recruit from outside. So they recruit people that don't even live in this community to harass the board and harass folks within this community. And it's ridiculous. And I say this to say, this is all the more reason why we need to uplift and support the student demands. This is all the more reason why we need ethnic studies now, why we need these classes, because unfortunately, these idiots have children and they teach this stuff to their kids, and then their kids grow up and they harm more and more people in this community. And it has to stop somewhere. And the youth is where we can do that too. So they can grow up and they can tell their parents how stupid they are being, how racist they are being, and how harmful they are being. We need ethnic studies now. We need Black studies courses. We need to listen to the students. We need to have them involved in shared governance, have them on hiring committees, involve them. The youth are speaking. They're telling us what they need. Let's listen to them, please, because this racism is ridiculous and it's harmful.
Thank you. Next, we have Paige Michaels. I think she dropped off. One moment. I believe people are dropping off, so I'm looking for the next person. I'm going to call the next 5. Vivian Velez, Tara Dressler, Caitlin Sabubestre, Janet Mendoza, and Courtney Walton. I'm sorry. No, Vivian. Next is Janet Mendoza.
Yes, hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, okay. My name is Janet Mendoza, and I want to give my opinion as a Hispanic woman with a strong accent. You can hear that English is my second language. My opinion on declaring racism as a public health emergency here in Santa Barbara. I just can't believe it. I live in this country, in this city for over 20 years, and I have never encountered any kind of racism. I have come to know the most friendly, loving community ever in history. And for the woman that just spoke, I believe her name was Crystal, that she called me an idiot, basically because of what I'm gonna say, and saying that the people are hiring other people from other cities to come and harass the board. Excuse me, but no, Mrs. Crystal. Parents are waking up, and I, as a minority, as a Hispanic minority, I'm waking up and I'm starting to realize what the school board and the governmental schools are indoctrinating my children. I want and I demand a class, a gathering, bilingual for all the Hispanic parents, that you guys will show the curriculum that you guys will be teaching the children on ethnic studies. I read that this kind of curriculum for ethnic studies has communism and Marxism, and I refuse to let my children be indoctrinated with this kind of lies. Lastly, I want to tell you all, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a note to our speakers to remember to keep comments directed to the board. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Paige Michaels. Oh.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. All right, hi, welcome. Good evening, Superintendent Matsuka, President Capps, and members of the board. I'm speaking to you tonight to voice my support of Black Student Youth SB and their demands, specifically on demand number 1, where they state, we demand ethnic studies classes with culturally relevant curriculum. Racism exists within our school communities here in Santa Barbara. 2 white students, a boy-girl couple, both of whom attended Dos Pueblos High School, were involved in creating and posting a photo of one of them in blackface with the hashtag Black Lives Matter on Instagram within days of George Floyd's murder. Fair Education SB speakers tonight further showcased racism in action while engaging in bullying tactics, inciting the Brown Act, and using verbiage such as colored people. We need to honor Black lives in our educational system in elementary, middle, and high school curricula, not simply as reactionary means, but in direct and impactful ways that critically challenge how we frame our nation's history. Ethnic studies courses provide our students with necessary racial justice and white privilege framework noticeably missing from our schools. Such coursework should be implemented immediately and fully as a high school graduation requirement rather than being phased in over the course of 4 years, as outlined in your action response number 1. If this district can create and implement online learning across elementary, junior high, and high schools within 3 weeks due to a pandemic, then surely you can implement ethnic studies as a requirement for high school graduation by the end of the school year 2021. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Mary O'Connor. Go ahead.
First of all, I just want to really express to the board, please do not be intimidated by the white supremacists. I do believe in you guys, and you read over everything you put out, and although, yes, a lot of it was a lot of promises, and the only real thing that is going to happen is going to be these ethnic studies classes, which my real concern with was when I saw them, it did say that they were an honors level course, which if that is true, that's really concerning because that will effectively exclude a lot of the students that it really, should be serving. And then, yeah, just transparency overall with everything is what the students are asking for. So I want to echo that. And you said student voices are so vital to the work that we do. So please listen to them. And, we, as the community, also want updates on concrete changes and the conversations around concrete change. And then a really big thing with
Hi, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to call the next 5 speakers. Tara Connolly, Peggy Wilson, Angela Macias, Rose Elovitz, Christine Dominguez. So I'll start with Tara Connolly.
Hi, can you hear me, guys?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tara. I'm an educator at a local museum, and I'm here to express my support for this resolution as well as for the Black Student Youth SB. I'm truly grateful to hear members of the board speak to these issues. I can see and hear passion, self-awareness, and authentic concern for the real complexity of these issues. I have 2 main comments. First, as this work continues in the school district, please, please, please be sure that this is intentional and transparent. Decisions and actions must constantly center and recenter the voices of Black students and Black community leaders, as well as other students of color. When it comes to the ethnic studies courses, we cannot let white parents steamroll this initiative that research shows will positively impact the experience of all students. We trust experts in mathematics to create and implement the math curriculum. The same must go for ethnic studies. We have to defer to the experts in the history and lived experience of Black, Indigenous, and people of color. I also encourage the board to be realistic and bold about the resources that this ongoing work will require. Money speaks, and I request that you use your budget to follow through on the anti-racism work that I think you all know is essential to uplifting our students. Would the allocation for an SRO be better spent on identifying and implementing curriculum materials that are representative and can ensure that Black students see themselves represented in their English and STEM courses? Is it really enough money to give just 2 employees for prevention and intervention services in the district?
Thank you.
Every line item in your budget must consider the experience of Black students, and I'm hopeful that you will follow through on your responsibility in this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Peggy Wilson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Peggy.
Okay. I object to the underlying foundation of BLM. It's communist, Marxist teachings and roots. Capitulating to the demands of students is ill-advised, as full brain maturation occurs at about 25 years of age. So how can students even fully understand? And what happened to the Martin Luther King model, the content of a person's character and not the color of their skin? And when does the mob rule end? And when do BLM demands end? Will the demands come out in violence and destruction of the Santa Barbara public school property because they object to the naming of certain schools, to the district office because they don't get what they want? We're seeing the mob rule on full display in 5 progressive states. The tearing down of statues, lawlessness, anger unleashed, intimidation, and no police involvement in certain progressive cities because cities officials have tied the hands of the police. Well, Seattle's changed its tune now that a few people have died. Progressive failing states and progressive failing education is on display for the entire nation to see. In colleges, the ratio is 50 liberal professors teaching students to hate America to 1 conservative professor. Is that what Santa Barbara School District is doing? I support rigorous academics in reading and math, as well as teaching the love of the US Constitution from K through 12. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next we have, Angela Waitman.
And if I can just interject as we get going here, to just please stay respectful and no name calling, whichever perspective you have on this, but please just keep your comments directed towards the board rather than characterizing others with name calling. Thank you.
Hi, this is Angela Macias Weidman. I am a longtime resident of Santa Barbara and the mother of 2, a son who recently graduated and a daughter who will be a sophomore next year at Santa Barbara High. I am here in full support of the demands of Black Student Youth Santa Barbara and to ask the district and the board to take meaningful and immediate action in meeting their demands. My comments are focused on student demands related to curriculum and district hiring practices. For too long, we have been teaching one outdated perspective, and it is critical that new classes, content, and resources are available to students at all grade levels. The district should provide, as well as continually expand and evolve, a relevant ethnic studies curriculum and ensure that any specialized courses are taught by teachers of color with ethnic studies backgrounds. Furthermore, it is imperative that the district implement equitable, transparent hiring practices
30 seconds.
And people of color in order to increase diversity of district staff and faculty. In addition, let's be sure there is community and student involvement on hiring committees. In closing, I ask that the district use more than words and take action to support and uplift these student leaders and implement their demands in order to create a more equitable and just future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rose Angelina Elevitz.
Hello, thank you. I am speaking in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement and the Santa Barbara Black Youth Student Demands. So my question for tonight was, how are you guys going to ensure transparency and honesty with the community as you guys continue to create these reforms? Because, you know, these reforms sound really, really great on paper. However, you know, history has shown us that these Band-Aids are not going to repair the oppressive functions of the system. So, you know, just keeping an open mind and keeping an open conversation with the students of Santa Barbara would be wonderful. All right, I yield my time. Thank you.
I believe we lost her connection.
Hello.
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Sorry. Hi, I'm speaking in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement and the Santa Barbara Black Youth Student Demands. So my question for tonight was, how are you going to ensure transparency and honesty with the community? Because these reforms sound really great on paper. However, history has shown us that, you know, as long as we are not open and transparent with the community and making sure that we incorporate the communities and the youth's perspective, we're going to fall in. Okay.
Thank you. Next, we have Christine Dominguez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Christine Dominguez. I am a mental health worker in the community of Santa Barbara. I've worked with several youth within the community who attend local high schools and junior highs. I am calling in support of the Black Student Demands and in full support of all of the demands that they have shared. I do want to comment on the efforts for the ethnic studies and commend the board for all the work that they have been doing in moving forward the community activism groups requests. I do want to highlight that I think that there is still some gaps with this. I think it's a great starting point, but I also think that there needs to be some consideration about the history curriculum as a whole. Adding in an ethnic studies requirement is a piece, but really when we look at the history classes as a whole, the way that they're centralized and focused, it's very, very much centralized in colonial history and leaving out several gaps of the rest of the history that includes ethnic groups. So I really encourage the board to consider that. And I thank you for your time, and I yield my time.
Thank you. So I'm going to name the next 5 speakers: Sarah Canningham, Amara Teague, Cressida Silvers, Simone Roskamp, Patrick Ragu. I apologize if I don't pronounce your name correctly. So we're going to go ahead and Amara Teague.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. First, I just want to say that I really appreciate this being revised since the last time. I think that was much needed. I think this looks much better. But I think I still have some concerns and definitely agree that there needs to be more transparency. For one, I feel like you need to explicitly state how you're going to include the Black youth that brought this together into these actions and the Black community as a whole to give interpretation. How are these going to differ from other inclusive actions that have been failing our Black youth? Who are the parents of Black students going to contact when they fear for their educational environment or safety? After you examine your hiring and recruiting practices, will you share that information with the community for their input? I guess I still question, how are you, Santa Barbara Unified, going to ensure that we get included in each and every one of these decisions? Is there someone who will be reaching out to our communities to see how these actions are helping or harming? I would like to see more transparency in all of these. The Black youth in our community have laid out a beautiful framework, but they need to be continually included in the details. Otherwise, the message will become lost. Please continue to take action against racism and white supremacy, and in doing so, plan to include Black students and their families in these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Cressida Silvers. You may begin.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm a SBUSD parent. I support the Black Student Youth SB demands, and I thank you very much for your efforts to meet them. I supported the students' original demands presented to the district on June 7th, and I support the newly modified demands as well. But I have to wonder what led to the new modifications, particularly the change in stance regarding removal of the euphemistic student resource officers. I have to wonder what prompted the shift to training instead. And whether it is at all related to the ongoing and years-long struggle ethnic studies now seems to have with getting their original goals implemented in full. I did not attend SBUSD myself, but I have heard from alumni that a variety of ethnic studies classes, including the popular social dialogues class, already existed here, but were dismantled. I have to wonder if all this watering down and erasing of board-supported programs of inclusion, old and new, are connected. Is it possible that the district is relying on some of the same employees that contributed to loss of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the first place to be the very ones now influencing conversations trying to remedy it? Please be mindful of whether everyone working under your direction is actually aligned with the goals and commitments you publicly endorse and are not in fact behind the scenes manifesting the same problematic thinking that got us here in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Pratik Raghu. You may begin.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. My name is Pratik Raghu, and I'm a Global Studies PhD candidate and teaching assistant at the University of California, Santa Barbara. I applaud the SBUSD for accepting the demands made by the Black youth of SB. And I would like to call upon you to fully implement these demands in the spirit of equity, community collaboration, and transparency. In the close to 4 years I've spent at UCSB, I've had the opportunity to work with numerous students, including many students of color and Black students for a range of courses in the social sciences and humanities. Unfortunately, a number of these students have had difficulty handling the pressures of collegiate learning and life as a direct result of the racialized educational and mental and other health disparities that define their previous schooling. Educators like me do our best to support our multiply marginalized students, but we can only do so much with the limited time and resources on our hands. This is precisely why school boards everywhere must address these disparities at the elementary, middle, and high school level. And this is precisely why the SBUSD
30
should make
seconds.
Black youth affected by these disparities. The SBUSD must partner with Black-led community organizations that can offer training and education on how to best serve these youth. Furthermore, this collaboration can only proceed and prosper if the SBUSD implements the demands made by the Black youth of SB in a fully transparent manner. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll call on the next 5 speakers. John Caravello, Jen Hale, Alice Post, Karen McBride, Patricia Fenker. I don't see Mr. Caravello. Are you there? Thank you. So Jonathan?
Hi.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is John Caravello. I graduated from UCSB a couple years ago. Got my doctorate in philosophy. First and foremost, I want to say, why are we so worried about hearing all perspectives when some of them are straight up anti-Black? People have been sitting here for hours waiting to lift the voices of Black student youth Santa Barbara, only to have to put up with harmful white supremacists on air. It's violence. Why is it that our system doesn't allow them to be muted or cut off or censored afterwards? But when I say that is the letter F, the letter U,
Sir, we need
and
to
the
not.
letter A, I will be muted or censored. You might not be surprised that even in our discourse, we repress genuine expressions for our liberation and in favor of entrenched anti-Blackness under the guise of civility. I want to speak in
30 seconds.
in solidarity
We do have respect here, sir.
that the district create a thorough plan for adding the following courses to their curriculum. All be taught by instructors of color with a background in ethnic studies. That is a Black course, a Chumash or Native American course, a Chicanics or Latinx course, an Asian American Pacific Islander course. With regards to the process of hiring and recruiting practices, there should be transparency and student and community involvement.
Time. Thank you. Next we have Jen Hale.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jen Hale and I'm a parent in the district and I'm here to support the demands of the Black youth leaders. But the devil is in the details here and I would like to ask for more transparency, and for instance, I am wondering why the demand for an end to SROs on campus has been changed. It seems that the district is at a bit of a fork in the road, and the district could either take the path of least resistance and cave in to the outside forces, including the unfair education cronies that are here tonight, that have upheld the racism in our educational system for years, or take the path of listening and centering Black voices and implementing their actions. This is not the easy path, but it's the only path that will break down the equity barriers for our students of color. I don't doubt that every board member here tonight has good intentions, and as you've said, you're listening and learning, but please don't settle into the comfort of centering yourself and your own ideas. Thank you for this resolution. It is a good starting point, but real change will only happen if you explicitly center Black youth voices and move forward with meeting their specific demands with transparency and in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Karen McBride.
Good evening again. I'm speaking to represent the members of the Santa Barbara Teachers Association as we stand in support of the demands of the Black Student Youth SB that have been shared tonight. And I'm just going to try and make my comments brief, and because I think a lot of people have said what we believe to be true. But to the extent that we are invited to participate, we would like to offer our support in ongoing conversations. We've recently formed an equity committee with over 30 of our members who stand ready to serve as representatives of those who facilitate programs like the ethnic studies classes. The other services that are called out in the student demands that have now become part of the plans that the district outlined tonight. I know this issue isn't about us, but I see our members in a lot of the resolutions that were discussed tonight. And so
30 seconds.
I just want to put our support and our willingness to be collaborators. We stand beside these students, and we are here to support them in addressing these issues. I want to remind those here that the success of school is not only about proficiency in math and the 3 R's, but a key element to educational experience is that all students feel safe and included. And as educators, we know and see that students who are supported and feel safe in their learning environment succeed. So students, we stand behind you, we will walk beside you, and we will work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I will name the next 5 speakers. Addie Serraner, Andrew Johnson, Juliet Lefebvre, Chris Norden, Liz J. I'm looking for the next, I think they're no longer with us. Juliet Lefebvre.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay. What we need is not a history of selected races or nations, but the history of the world, void of national bias, race hate, and religious prejudice. You'd think this just came out of a witty article from the New York Times. This is Carter G. Woodson in 1933 in his book, The Miseducation of the Negro. I stand in unequivocal support of Black Student Youth Santa Barbara and call upon SBUSD to meet all stated demands, including declaring racism a public health emergency, keeping an open dialogue and implementation program by listening and actively working with local student and community Black leaders, as well as infusing curriculum with the celebration of the contributions of African civilization and people as the foundation of world history. It is vital to understand the role of the board in actually making a change. African history is world history, and Black civilizations from Egypt, Kemet to the Moors were at the forefront of mathematics, architecture, philosophy, engineering, science, technology, astronomy, and astrology. If you don't know this yet, and if you are not able to grasp what is happening now and why Black liberation matters, then you also have been miseducated and also choose to perpetuate the lies upholding the systems of white is superior. If you do not understand that the foundation of slavery and all Jim Crow, new Jim Crow iterations as they are now, and the school to prison pipeline are the outcry, then you must re-examine every iota of the history you think you know. We cannot heal and harmonize
Thank you.
that which we do not know. I wrote a whole letter. Please read it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Chris Norden. You may begin.
Hello, I'd like to just give my full-throated support for all the demands of the Black Lives Matters. I would like to know why it got reduced to not just getting rid of the student resource officer, but in general, I want to go back to the urgency of why this is also important. So anything above and beyond you can do is great, but primary function of the schools is both to keep students safe and to prepare the citizens of the future. And I think when you don't provide equal education as they demand, that you fail on both fronts. First of all, when you arm the students with the full depth of the struggle they and their ancestors had to go through in order to get where they are, you give them good context and you tell them the depth of their accomplishments, you arm them with the ability to make an argument, because these people of color and Black students are going to have to fight for their rights now and going forward, as we see, a crackdown on peaceful protesters all over the country with unmarked police officers. We're going to have to work harder and harder, and we have to educate the white students as well. We have to challenge them at every level, and that means going beyond ethnic studies. That means every history course. Tell me what thought and did. Like, not only did he fight for civil rights, but he had a critique of poverty, probably based in Marxism. For all those fair education folks, they can raise their children in ignorance if they want to, but do not make it easy for them. Do not give us a new generation of bigots and Derek Chavros by denying them the full depth and scope of the education, which is just part of what the Black Lives Matter is demanding. This is white supremacy, and when you don't do this, white comfort to outweigh Black lives. And that's why we need to keep reminding that Black lives matter.
Thank you. Next we have Liz J. And I'm not sure if J is a Hungerman.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Liz. I'm an educator and resident here in the Santa Barbara community, and I'm here to stand up and support our Black students and their demands. I want to thank the board for having a meeting with the students and coming up with a resolution. I do think it's a wonderful start, and I am so happy that you have all, started this effort. And as many of you said, you are here to listen and learn, and I am so excited about that. Like, really, my tail is so up that you are willing to listen and learn, but now it's time to take action. So I'm so happy you listened and learned, but please take action. Please support our Black students. I know fair education is loud, but you know what? We know what's right in our hearts, and we know the right thing to do is to support our Black students and listen to them and continue.
30 seconds.
And I also just wanted to say that it is absolutely important that when you do hire, all teachers, whether they're teaching ethnic studies or they're teaching math, it is very important to hire Black teachers and teachers of color, because they have the lived experience of experiencing racism. I am speaking as a white person. I have never once in my life experienced racism. So no matter how much I listen and action, I will never understand that lived experience. So it is so important to have teachers who are teaching these subjects who have experienced and lived it every day.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, I will call on the next 5 speakers. Connie Alexander, Sahara Castro, Rebecca Tucker, Catherine Hiddleman, Gina Carvalho. I will start with Connie Alexander.
Good evening. I'm Connie Alexander. I'm an African-American leader and educator in this community. I've lived here for over 40 years. The demands of the African-American students go without saying. That's what we really need to say tonight. Those demands go without saying. The question is why our children had to come ask you to do what you should have been doing. And my frustration as I look at your faces is that some of you have not been out in the community yourselves. You've sat in these seats for a long time. Where have you been that you have come and gotten to know us, gotten to know the leadership, gotten to know what's going on in the community? You assistant superintendent sitting there, listen to me clearly. We want to see you in the community. We want to see your partnership with us. Not just leave this at the table. Our children should not be coming and asking you to do what you were supposed to be doing. That is not right.
30 seconds.
And finally, I am tired and sick and tired, as Fannie Hamer would say, of having to do and having to come and having to teach. Reach out to the community. We are here. Thank you.
Actually, we only have 2 left. Xochitl Lopez Torres, Kendra Moss. I believe they're no longer online. And that concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you so much, Sandra, and to all of our speakers. Okay, I know that Talia Hamilton is still on and had another comment to make. Board members, if we could keep it succinct, and I think we've covered a lot of topics here, including last 2 weeks ago, but I certainly want to give you the chance to speak and ask any questions about, and I also know that we have one clarification that needs to be made to the language by our counsel, Craig Price. So why don't I give it over to Talia Hamilton to add an additional comment about whatever she'd like to say.
Hi, yeah, I'm just gonna comment on the public comments right now. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate everyone making their comments and speaking their feelings, but now it's time to speak mine. The blatant racist words and ideas that have been spoken by some of the public commenters is shocking, often coming from the fair education workers that have a reputation being compared with modern day white supremacist values. This proves all the more that we need adjustments like these demands, and that To some people, colored youth's lives, as well as colored people's lives, period, aren't important enough to make adjustments that should have already been in place years ago. We need to teach our youth that there's no room for racism, but in order for that to happen, we need the people influencing the youth to think so too. With the Ask demands, it's not one and done. This will be a process. The system will never be perfect, but we can continue to make changes to better the lives of the future generation. And that's why I'm working with the board on this, as well as my team, and we will not stop meeting until there is change.
Thanks, Talia. I'm sorry, I was muted. Mr. Price, do you want to clarify on the resolution before we move forward on voting?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. As the board knows, my office is vigorously defending the lawsuit that's been brought by Fair Education. And with regard to the comments that their Los Angeles lawyer made tonight, I want to briefly respond. First of all, in the language of discussion with staff today, that in the 16th whereas, which relates to the expansion of the ethnic studies curriculum taught by cultural competent teachers of color, our discussion has led to the recommendation that the two words of color be deleted from that whereas clause. And in saying that, I would note that the district's intent is well documented in the response to student demand number 2, which is all about strengthening and invigorating the district's recruitment practices, as well as reviewing hiring practices, which is the way that organizations like the district go about achieving the desired result of enhancing or growing the number of teachers of color. So that's my recommendation on that. Second, with respect to the claim that the meetings that occurred and the communications that occurred somehow violated the Brown Act, to my knowledge, is entirely incorrect. I've reviewed the process that district staff went through, as well as the limited involvement of board members in any meetings that went on, as well as how the resolution came to be drafted. And I'm entirely satisfied that there was absolutely no Brown Act violation. And part of my confidence in that regard is based upon the fact that I know that your board, as well as district staff, is well aware of all of the applicable requirements and assiduously maintains compliance at all times. So I would just conclude by saying there's no merit whatsoever to the claims that were made. I'm happy to answer any questions that board members might have.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Fellow board members, especially the two authors of the resolution, are you fine with that change?
Sorry, just trying to unmute myself. Mr. Price, thank you so much for that. Know that you have always steered us in the right direction. Could you just expand on what the implications by leaving it, or by deleting that will alleviate possible maybe future liability, or just to know that we're not, again, just listening to some of the comments, that we're not watering it down, or we're not listening or trying in terms of, so if you could just expand on that a little bit more.
I will. I have 2 points to make in that regard. First of all, I would note that the student demands did not include each ethnic studies or any other classes for that matter. Demand number 2 simply related to implementing equitable hiring practices and recruiting cultural the district's action response to number 2 was all about, in describing in some level of detail how the hiring and recruitment process would be enhanced. The second point, in direct answer to your question, is that by specifically stating that the courses in question, or any courses for that matter, will be taught by persons Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, as well as Education Code Section 220, both of which prohibit making hiring decisions. Your district, like other agencies, invigorates their recruitment practices in order to widen the pool of candidates so as to attract persons of color. So that would be my answer, I hope, to your question.
Yes, I am okay with change. I just wanted to get the background as to why we're doing it. So again, we really revised and really hearing and listening to public input, and wanted to make sure that it represents, again, as this resolution is a first step in that, and we don't want it to be dismissed by something that we just, unintentionally put there when trying to really address the demands of the students. Ms. Ford?
I totally agree. I have talked to staff members. I know that their aspirations, their goals reflect the spirit of this statement. And I think that it's our responsibility to follow up and make sure that everything is done to make sure we have the best qualified teachers to teach ethnic studies. So I'm fine with the change.
Could I ask a question, President?
Sure. Yes.
Just of Craig Price, I'm wondering about in that statement the addition of course, the recruitment of enhancing the recruitment of teachers of color.
Well, of course, the language of the 16th resolved statement could be expanded to include something that would cover recruitment. But again, I would point out that if the intent is to directly respond to the student demands, demand number 2 did call for expanded recruitment. And the district has addressed that in its action response. But if you want to take a little bit of time and add additional wording that would cover the recruitment and hiring practices, we could certainly do that.
Let's see. Do you have a specific suggestion, Dr. Becchio, or?
Yeah, so I was just saying, are you saying, Dr. Becchio, that on that whereas that we have that, are you saying taking the language through our action and putting that in the whereas so that it covers what the student demands are? So I'm not sure what you're asking.
That was where I was kind of going with that, was that the demand and our response centered around recruitment. And I was asking council if there's an issue around the recruitment, which I think we should be unapologetic about, the recruitment of teachers of color. And so would that fit into that space?
As opposed
to deleting teachers of color out of that statement.
So, yeah.
I would just point out, I think this is what Mr. Price said, though. I think that resolution statement is clear and is powerful. It says that Santa Barbara Unified School District implements equitable hiring practices across the district in order to recruit and retain a certificated district staff that's reflective of the racial diversity of the students. I think that's,
Yeah, that covers that.
I think it's it.
Yes.
So then, am I understanding that the revision is just to delete of color in that 16th part?
That's the recommendation.
Okay. Any objections, any other questions on that recommendation specifically? Okay, any questions, comments about the either the action plan or the resolution? I just wanted to clarify one thing and then I'll let you speak, Dr. Reed. In meeting with the students on the student resource officers on campus, it was completely their suggestion to change that demand. And I just wanted to address that since it came up a few times in public comment. I personally am open and I appreciate the action plan stated forward that's going to increase oversight, ensuring for implicit bias training, which is already a requirement, but making sure that that's actually meaningful. I do think we need to be very diligent about the student resources officers and make sure that in this day and age that they are doing right by our students. And so I appreciate the change that the students made on that demand, but believe that we should be vigilant. So I just wanted to speak to that one and offer that clarification. Dr. Reed.
Thank you. I'm glad you clarified that. That was one thing I wanted to state. The other thing was I support and I appreciate the work that Ms. Sims-Moten, Ms. Ford, and Dr. Wagenet did on the resolution and the action steps. And I think one of the public comments that came forward that I'm not expecting this to be done today, but the idea of a timeline, we have these action steps, but how are they, is there a way that we can incorporate and be transparent about what that timeline looks like in terms of taking these action steps so that it's sort of get a sense of when this is going to take place, when the various action items would take place. And that would be directed, I guess, at you, Dr. Wagner. So not to say that I expect it today, but I do think the idea that we have these laid out, that we need to have a sense of, is this within the next year? Is this in 6 months? Is this, in terms of, for example, getting to the root cause of, or the root cause around looking at restorative justice practices. And so when were the evaluative studies going to start, perhaps, with that?
Plan was to start in fall of 2020 to do that. And I say that, I think, at 11:40 p.m. after also presenting on the reopening of schools. And so I think we can present to you a timeline of when we anticipate things will happen and what our intent is. I mean, we want to do this work. I would much rather be doing this work than working on reopening school during a pandemic. So just being frank about that. But yes, we can provide you and Black Student Youth SB with a proposed timeline for the action steps. Absolutely.
I think that would be great because I think, and certainly when you're able to, because one of the things obviously too that was predominant in the public comment, but is transparency of our actions. And so I think that would be good for us to be able to share that. Thank you.
Okay, let's keep it moving here and get ready for a motion. Mrs. Sims-Moten.
I was just going to add on to it. Now that we have something to react to, we can do a timeline to what it's going to be. So having coming back, that makes us a little bit clearer path of what steps we need to take. So that's all I just want to add on that.
Well, and I would say that regular reports on our progress will be essential. So quarterly reports are something that we can discuss with the board.
Yeah, and that's in the resolution as well.
and a meeting very soon with the students again in accordance with the Brown Act. Great. Any other questions, comments, motion?
Ms. Munoz, before I make the motion.
I don't think so. I think we're ready for the motion if you wanted to make it, Mrs. Moten.
Yes. I move that the adoption of resolution 2019-20-27 for approval in response to the Black students. And I recommend that the board approve this resolution with the corrections noted earlier, or with the edit noted.
And a second by Ms. Ford. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Can I just say one last thing? I just want to thank everybody, all the comments, even the ones that something that we wanted to hear. It's important to hear all sides of it, because sometimes when the things that we don't want to hear, I'm glad they're saying them, because I wonder about their private thoughts. So I'm glad that things do come out in terms of that. And I think that we have the ability, we absolutely can move this forward in terms of it. And it's absolutely true that they're just words on the paper if we're not going to put action to it. So I'm ready 100% in, as I know everybody here is ready to do. So, and the community is there as well. So thank everybody for their comments. Talia, thank you for your work, you and Shakir, and the rest of the community.
Excellent. And with that, I will move to make a motion. I will make a motion to approve the action plan and the recommendations from the staff in support of the demands of the Black student youth, SB.
I'll second.
All right, Dr. Reed, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay, thank you. We have to keep going here because some of these things need to be voted on before the end of this fiscal year. So with that, I'm going to move us back to the West Side Community Center. How are we doing? Carrie, sorry about that. I just lost connection.
Yeah.
Catch me up here on where we are on the agenda, please.
I'm sure that Dr. Millam would appreciate being moved earlier.
Okay.
So let me see if Sandra, does he have to be moved to this side of the Zoom wall? And then who's been doing the presenting?
Well, maybe while let's see. Oh,
maybe after the remits, we can get that action done real quick.
When we get him set, let's just take a few minutes on items G2, 3 through 6, which are just the petitions for readmission. Right. Dr. Reed, can you lead us in that?
Yes, here we go. In the case of 2019-20-20, I move to make a motion for student reentry from full expulsion for 2 semesters ending in June 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
In the case of 2019-20-23, I move to make a motion for student reentry for suspended expulsion for 2 semesters ended on June 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
In the case of 2019-20-28, I move to make a motion for student reentry for full expulsion for 2 semesters ended on June 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And in the case of 2019-20-32, I move to make a motion for student reentry for full expulsion for 1 semester ended on June 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Millam, I am very apologetic about the length of our meetings, and your patience is noted, especially after being willing to do this 2 weeks ago. So with this, we're going to turn this to you and you and Mr. Matsuoka to talk about the West Side Santa Barbara Center.
All right, let me kind of give a quick overview, and then I will handle the screen sharing for Dr. Millam. So You know, what people tell me is that this idea has been percolating on the West Side for a long time. Dr. Millam and I both started our jobs on July 1st, 2016. And over the years, we've talked about this. Of course, we all know that the deep partnership of UCSB with the Harding University Partnership School. And so it's a natural extension to it. This idea has been in conversation really for years. It really picked up some momentum in the last, I would say, couple years. So we wanted to present this as part of my last meeting as superintendent, just to give an overview for the board. There is a resolution that's included with this that we would ask the board to consider adopting at the next meeting. It was supposed to be tonight, but we pushed aside a meeting later. And so I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Millam, and I will run the slides for him.
Thanks, Carrie. Can everybody hear me okay?
Turn up your volume a bit.
Okay, let me see what I can do here.
How's that? Is that better?
Ooh, much better.
I had the wrong microphone on. That's probably why it wasn't working. You know, I've only been doing this Zoom thing now for about 4 months. I haven't quite figured it out yet. But I want to say good evening. I'm Jeff Milam, the Jules Zemmer Dean's Chair and Professor in the Gewirtz School of Education at UCSB. I have with me some of my colleagues from UCSB and Veronica Binkley, the Principal Harding, who will be talking to you in a couple minutes as well. It's our honor to bring this presentation to members of the board, to Superintendent Matsuoka, and to incoming Superintendent Ilda Maldonado, if she's with us. On behalf of my colleagues at the Gewirtz School and UCSB, I'd like to welcome you to Santa Barbara. We look forward to working with you once you are here in town. For more than a decade, the Gewirtz School has partnered with Santa Barbara Unified School District at the Harding University Partnership School. We highly value our collaboration with you as we work together to enhance the learning and the development of all of the children who we serve at HUPS. At the Gewirtz School, we appreciate how much we've learned as educators and researchers from the students, parents, teachers, and administrators at Harding. What I'm here to propose today is taking this successful partnership to a higher level through the creation of a Harding Community Resource Center. Nearly 60 years ago, Nicholas Hobbs, a community psychologist at Vanderbilt University, told us that schools are stronger when the communities surrounding them are stronger. Hobbs believed that schools should be the focal point of our communities, where all neighborhood residents go to find the supports and services that they need to live healthy, happy, productive, and fulfilling lives. Implementing this idea through practice, just one example of this is Jeffrey Canada's acclaimed work with the Harlem Children's Zone, shows us how this can be true. That is why we want to work with you, the City of Santa Barbara, various community providers, and local philanthropists to develop Harding into the focal point for the West Side community. We can only accomplish this goal with service providers already in place, as we will mutually support and complement their individual efforts to serve community needs. In many ways, the West Side, as you can see from this map, is both compact and cut off, with the 101 to one side and the Mesa to the other. It's easy to see how it has become a service desert, so to speak. The collaboration between HUPS and UCSB precedes my time as dean and is far bigger than any single person. As you might know, Harding, a Title I school, serves over 400 pre-K through 6th grade students. The student body is nearly half English learners, overwhelmingly Latinx, and sadly, nearly 1/4 homeless. The entire student body qualifies for free and reduced breakfast and lunch. Of course, this proposed center will serve households with school-age children, those we currently work closely with at Harding. However, these households represent just one segment of the West Side community, which has almost 10,000 residents with many diverse needs. It's our hope that the proposed center will serve a broad section of this population with services and programming for families with children ages 0 to 5, for adults without children, and for senior citizens. Slide 2, please, Carrie. What will we provide? A framework and an organization and ultimately a physical space in which city agencies, local agencies, and service providers can support the improved health and well-being of the entire West Side community. Plus, we will do what only the Gewurz School can, provide on-site learning opportunities for future teachers, school psychologists, and educational researchers whose work benefits those with whom they work. The center will be a continuous loop of knowledge creation and application. This slide helps capture that scope and makes clear that groups have been busy at this work already, none more notably than SB ACT, the West Side Health Collaborative, and other groups. With their groundwork and the efforts like the West Side Health Collaborative, soon to expand itself, and funding partners like the Bauer Foundation, thank you, John Clark, and with city services and supports provided on site, we want to energize all of this community's potential. Indeed, your yay vote on a resolution that we have proposed is crucial to helping us earn further philanthropic financial support for this undertaking. Slide 3, please. Carrie's told me how hard this board works, and I know you've read our proposal, so I won't repeat it. I would like to introduce a crucial partner in this project, Principal Victoria Benkley, so that she can add her perspective as to the impact of the first 10 years of the Harding UCSB partnership and where she could see these things going with our ambitious plans. Veronica?
You have to unmute me.
There you go.
Hey, thank you, President Capps, board members, cabinet, and Mr. Matsuoka for the opportunity to bring this proposal to the board on almost Wednesday morning. This has been a part of several conversations. Oh, start my video. Okay. This has been a part of several conversations that we've had over the past 5 years with our nonprofit partners who have continued to support our West Side families. In my tenure as principal at Harding, I've watched our school grow into a central hub for our community to come and find advice, knowledge, support, and health and wellness. Through our partnerships with UCSB, the West Side Health Collaborative, and SB ACT, we have successfully built systems that have positively changed the culture of Harding to one that empowers student agency, which our community celebrates with an impressive upward trend in student achievement. Like several before me, I'm compelled to praise the vision of Mr. Matsuoka, who has embraced this project. I know that I share the lifelong dream of creating a community center at Harding with Dean Milam, whose team has tirelessly pursued ways to support Harding students and families through systems and outside of the box thinking. And finally, to our devoted partners in the nonprofit sector who have been working with our community, some for over 30 years, thank you for your vision, your passion, and your sincere care of the well-being of the West Side of Santa Barbara. That this dream can really become a reality is truly inspiring. Should this proposal find the blessing of the board, I'm confident that the development of a West Side Community Center at Harding under the collaborative leadership of these partners will result in a place of pride, safety, support, and growth for our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Veronica. You know, working with you helps us know this is a plan that will succeed.
Oh, sweet. Thank you.
And now I'd like to turn it over to Carrie Matsuoka, who's worked closely with us to imagine and create these large goals to discuss the physical home for this project.
So board, I'm going to zoom in on this. So this is Harding. Let's see, get oriented. Mountains to your right, ocean to your left, or mesa to your left. And the proposed location is the light blue outline of a building. And that is a corner of the school where we'd have access on Gillespie Street. And I'll zoom in even more. And you can see a perimeter fence that we've outlined. It's going to be important to separate the sort of the daytime operations, which will serve the community, from the regular school operations. And we make sure that safety is a consideration. And so during the day, community members would enter off of Gillespie Street to access services. The ballpark square footage that we've outlined is about 4,000 square feet. We haven't gotten into programming and the building, but we just wanted to give you a sense of that location. And then to give you a physical view. So now you're looking from Gillespie Street towards this building. By the way, this is the building that houses the programming side of AOK. And I just wanted you to know that Steve Vizzolini and I met with Kathy Serrano a week ago to address her concerns about, so where will her office space go? And we've got many ideas. That building currently does not meet earthquake standards, and so we can't put students in there. And that building's pretty old. So you can see the fence. That's where access would be made from Gillespie Street. So at this point, give the board an opportunity to comment and ask questions.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to the team. I'm excited about this. It's been a long time in the making, and here we are completing it before your time is done with us, Mr. Matsuoka, or not completing it, but getting moving. So any questions or comments from the board? Dr. Reed.
All I want to say is that I think it's incredible, and I think it's needed, and it's fabulous, and I'm glad we could do it tonight for you, Mr. Matsuoka, for all the work that you put into this. And I want to thank the team from UCSB and Dr. Milam. I think it's fabulous. I think also the having our wonderful principal involved, who has been so proactive in Harding and really bringing Harding forward in so many ways. So I just think I am speaking I'm going to stop speaking, actually. That's all. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
All right. Ms. Moten.
Yes, I'm equally excited about this. In my 20 years of anywhere I see 0 to 5, I'm like, yeah. But in my 20 years of being my first 5, I've really seen some out of the box thinking and creativity. One such as a Carpinteria Children's Project. First 5 was really integral in making that, actually moving that to a family resource center when a school closed. And so just really coming together with, minds that are thinking outside the box for a larger need and for a future need of our family. So I'm excited to be a part of this as a board member, and 0 to 5, I'm sure will be somewhere in there. So I appreciate the hard work and appreciate your team that's here tonight, and Veronica, as you lead this. So congratulations, and looking forward to that. And Mr. Matsuoka, again, outside the box, and you're leaving us something to do that's like awesome, right? So.
Ms. Ford.
I totally support this effort too. I'm really impressed with the work that's been done so far, and I think the potential is unlimited. So thank you to all of you.
Excellent. Okay, well, I think we want to learn more, and this was just a report tonight, not just, but meaning there's no action. And so this is the start of involving the board, and let's move on and just express our gratitude to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next step will be to place the resolution that we included with this report on the July 21st board agenda for your approval. So we'll bring it back. Of course, that will be under Ms. Maldonado. And Dr. Milam mentioned very quickly, but I want to reemphasize that your passing this resolution sends a very important signal to some community funders as we move into a planning grant phase. And then there are assurances from our philanthropic community that they're ready to stand behind this project. So the execution of this will take years, but the resolution will be the first step towards that. Okay. Hey, Dr. Milam, since your team waited up late last board meeting, and here they are, I think they deserve a quick shout out because I can see their faces on the screen. So why don't you introduce them?
Yeah, I'm going to ask them each to introduce themselves. I'll call you out and please introduce yourself. I have been uniquely blessed to have an incredible group of people who I work with. Actually, I think I work for them, but they haven't let me figure that out yet. But the passion that they bring to their work and the dedication that they bring makes me want to get up and go to work every day. That's been hard lately because I'm not allowed to leave the house. But so if I would, I want to start with Lily Garcia. Would you introduce yourself, please, Lily?
Sure. Hi. So I'm Lily Garcia. I'm the outreach director for the Gevert School, and I'm the UCSB liaison to Harding. So I work closely with Veronica.
Lily is there as much as most of our teachers.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Much of the success we've achieved at Harding in the last 4 years, at least since I've been here, has because of the hard work of Lily and the great relationship that she has with Veronica. And I need to say that publicly so that you know what an outstanding job she's done. I'm going to kick it now to Devin Azam. If you'd come on. There's Devin.
Hey, Devin.
You're muted, Devin. You're muted, Devin. You're muted. There you. Oh, not you muted again.
I'm going to start for Devin. Devin's been a wonderful
There,
addition.
she's back.
Yeah, and she's gone full steam. So, Devin.
Yes, I'm Miss Lily's assistant. I work with her in the role of outreach and also work as in the liaison role with Harding. So, thank you.
It should also be stated that Devin has 2 children who go to Harding.
Oh, yes.
Great.
Chris Yost, how about you jump in right here?
Okay, I'm Chris Yost. I have a sticker over my camera. I am a part of the GGSE team. I'm also a neighbor. I've lived for 10 years right across the street from Harding. Previously served as Santa Barbara's Poet Laureate, so I'm really excited to work with some of the community leadership again and be involved with creating something wonderful in our neighborhood. So thank you for your enthusiasm. I think it's going to be great.
And also a PhD alum of our school. Jill Sharkey, how about you jump in right now? Your name came up earlier, by the way. I don't know if you.
Hey, Jill.
I heard that. Thanks for the shout out. Yeah, and as Dr. Wagener alluded to earlier, we've worked together for a long time. And this community center has definitely been a dream of the community forever. And so to see you all leadership make this happen is awesome. I'm in here as the Associate Dean for Research and Outreach, but I'm also a professor in the Department of Counseling, Clinical, and School Psychology, and a former district employee as a school psychologist. So thanks for having me here today.
Thanks. I think the last member of our team who's here is John Hammond. John, would you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, everybody. How are you? I'm John Hammond. I'm the Director of Development for the Gevert School. I've been in the Santa Barbara community for about 20 years. Once upon a time, I lived on Gillespie Street. I used to walk by this site on a regular basis with my children, who are all now grown. As someone who spent my whole life in education and at the intersection of education and philanthropy, it's been a real honor to work with the philanthropic community to try and point their interests in this direction, and they've been very receptive, and I look forward to working on this a whole lot more. Thank you.
Yeah, and John's eager for the resolution to pass through because he's got a promise for a donation that will flow as soon as that happens. So thank you. Thank you all again for the opportunity to talk to you about this. You know, if in conclusion, if I may thank Carrie again for the work that we've done together. You know, we as he said, we started on the same day in our jobs, and since he's retired, it's making me think maybe that's what I should be doing now too. I don't know.
No, Jeff, we have an agreement.
No, I understand. We do have an agreement. Veronica won't retire until I retire, so we're going to be in this together for a while. And I want to thank Raul Ramirez too. He's been a great advocate for us at Harding. I'm sad to see him go. I'm happy for the new opportunity that he has, but he's been a great colleague and partner, and the other faces of the cabinet. You know, we work on a whole lot of other stuff together too, and we're doing great work in Santa Barbara, and we want to just continue to do that and add to the good things that we're able to do. So thank you all. As dean at the Gewurz School, I so value the relationship we have with the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks everybody. We're gonna keep moving here. Let's see. Mr. Tay, I think we need to do this public hearing.
Yeah.
So going back to item F1. And I don't, does this mean for a public hearing, you need to give a
Just
presentation?
need to get public comment. You open the public.
Okay, so I'm officially closing this meeting and opening up a public hearing on the budget at 12:09 a.m. Any members of the public wish to speak on the budget? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and move back to our action agenda. Thank you. Let's see. So now we need to go back to item G7. And that was board action on interdistrict transfer appeal for 2020-2021 school year, education code 46600466611. In the case of 2020 I move to approve the recommendation for, I move to, not recommendation, I move to support the interdistrict transfer appeal.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, in the case of interdistrict transfer appeal, case number 2020-21-T2, I move to approve this transfer appeal.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item G9. In the interdistrict transfer appeal, case number 2020-21-T3, I move to approve this request.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item G10 on board action, case number 2020-21-T4, interdistrict transfer appeal. I move to approve this request.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have two more here. Item G11, in the case of 2020-21-T5 and -T6, I move to approve the interdistrict transfer appeal.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Board action on interdistrict again, case number 2020-21-T7. I move to approve the interdistrict transfer appeal.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
On the case of 2020-21-T8, I move to approve the interdistrict transfer appeal.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Dr. Becchio, we are skipping to you now. Item G15, approval of tentative agreement with the California School Employees Association and its Santa Barbara chapter number 37.
All right, thank you and good morning, board members. I bring before you this tentative agreement. What you'll find in it is just a couple things. This is related to the addition of the food service manager position. And because we added that, we did need to modify the job description of the food service 4. And so that would reflect being a kitchen lead. And so we changed the title, and you saw there's 1 or 2 modifications to the job description that I included for you. And then we had to amend the job title in the CSEA contract to reflect kitchen lead. So that's what's before you tonight for your consideration and approval.
Thank you, Dr. Becchio. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, I move to approve the adoption of resolution, I'm sorry, of tentative agreement with the California School Employees Association.
I second it.
Dr. Reed seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Vecchio. Now, item G18, our last, I'm sorry, we have two more. G17, my eyes are blurry. Ordinarily, this time of year, the budget would dominate our meeting, but not this year. Mr. Tay, I think it's safe to say that we might just want to open it up to questions. Thanks for having it delivered to our house. I know I was able to take a look, so I'm giving you the floor to make brief comments if you would like, or we can just open it up to questions.
Can we go through the slides? There's only a few, or we can go straight to the comments that I have for how the budget has changed since it's been passed.
That'd be helpful. I mean, I think you've done a good job of keeping us up to date. Ms. Ford, did you have a suggestion?
Well, I just, did we skip 16?
Is that the EPA?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we did.
That might be easy to do fast.
Either way. Okay, let's do adoption of resolution 2019-2020 EPA and approval of spending plan for the state EPA funds to be received in this fiscal year. Mr. Day.
I'm going to let Lacey Preston take care of that.
Good morning, board members. This is an annual resolution that approves the spending plan for the education protection account. The board must approve our spending plan during a public meeting, and the funds may not be spent on any administrative costs. We will also be required to post this on our website. We attach to the agenda the web posting for you to see the money that we have received and spent in past years and what we estimate to spend and receive going forward. And all of these funds will be spent on teacher salaries. So with that, I'll take any questions or we can move forward with the approval.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Ms. Sims-Mountain.
No question. I'm just going to move approval of to adopt the resolution.
Great, and I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tay, back to the budget. Yeah, if you wanted to give us, again, I think that you and Mr. Metzoka have done a good job of keeping us abreast here as things develop, but if there's some top lines you wanted to hit, that would be fine.
Yeah, I just want to go over just a few things that's happened. So the state budget cycle begins in January with the preliminary glance at what the governor is thinking for the next fiscal year. Then as the year draws to a close, the governor releases more refined budget called the May Revise. This revision is used by school districts to build their budgets, and more than not, it is close to the final budget. This year, that was not the case. The state Senate and the Assembly made several revisions, which are expressed on page 2 of the narrative, even though it is announced on June 15th that there was an agreement between the governor and the legislature. Many issues needed to be resolved. Today, some of the details of these issues were released in the trailer bills. The trailer bill results in a compromise between the two proposals. So what does this mean for Santa Barbara Unified? Well, since we're community funding, it's still a soft landing compared to LCFF districts. The following are just a few items in the budget and in the trailer bill. The increase to special education funding remained. There are deferrals that will be done by the state funds. The state funds will be deferred from all the way from February to June. So that means that the February state payment won't happen until November of 21-22. And then every month after that is another deferral. So whatever state funding we get, our money the last 5 months will be deferred. There is no cost of living increase, and that will affect our supplemental funds, our LCAP funds. There is a hold harmless on ADA due to COVID and P2 from the COVID shutdown in March. Pension percentage decrease still remains the same. That's a big bonus for our districts to have that pension decreased. And that was captured in our adopted budget. Flexibility on instructional material minutes. We're going to use both in-person and distance learning, but there'll be some caveats to that coming up. Now that there is a state budget, the staff will make the necessary changes to this budget. One more thing, that once the remaining personal income tax has been received and all the federal funding is known, there will be more revisions to the state budget. If these revisions are significant to our district, we are required to produce another budget for approval within 45 days. If they're not significant, if it doesn't have an material impact on our district, then we do not have to do it. So we won't know about this until August. So it being 12:19 at night or morning, I'm asking you to approve the adopted budget for 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Tay. Any questions or comments? Ms. Sims Moton.
I have a comment just before I move to adopt. So Meg, with that, so seeing how we have up until July to get our federal income tax in, so it might be later out, right? Really, it's been extended to July, so I'm assuming that will impact us as well. And also, how will any October triggers that I think the Assembly, or maybe even, I'm not sure who put those in, there will be some October triggers that in the state budget. So are you taking that into account, or will that come later on?
That's what the deferrals are about.
Okay. All right. Then those were my questions. I'm ready to make a motion to adopt the budget for 2021.
Second.
Oh, yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Ford. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Tay, for all the work.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have LCAP. Let's just make sure I get the wording right. Approval of the local control and accountability plan, COVID operations report, Ramirez and Carey. I was pleased to read the report, and I appreciate all of the updates that we've received on a regular basis. So perhaps you could just give us top lines, or we could just turn it over to questions if any board members had any questions from their reading prior to the meeting. Is that okay?
That's okay, Board President Capps. It's perfectly fine. One comment that I will just add is simply this, and that is that this is a temporary opportunity until the board approves an LCAP, a new 3-year LCAP. So this is, the LCAP will be coming forward in December.
I do have just one question.
Sure.
Dr. Ramirez, is the family engagement unit, I don't really know what that is and if it's ongoing or if it's just for COVID-19?
Ms. Ford, that is a fantastic question. Let me allow me to elaborate, but I'm going to do it very succinctly. The family engagement unit has actually been a part of our district now for several years, over 3 years now. And it's 3 individuals that are phenomenal. They interface with they've had a role in interfacing, developing, supporting our parents, primarily in the elementary, but they have certainly branched out far beyond that. They are bilingual, biliterate, and they have their pulse on what families need. They have become an incredible conduit to and from our schools, and their influence can be felt on everything from registration to programming, and it would be fantastic for you and the rest of the board to have an opportunity to meet with them and get to know their work much more fully.
Sounds like a great idea. Thanks.
And of course, Ms. Maria Larios Horton has been stewarding their work for the last several years and developed the powerhouse team.
I have no doubt. Dr. Reed.
All I wanted to say is I know a lot of work went into this report, and with Ms. Carey as well. And so I just wanted to acknowledge you, Dr. Ramirez and Ms. Carey, for the thoroughness of this work. And we're not giving its due credit at this time of night, but I know that it took a lot of comprehensive analysis and work and input with everything else that you're doing. So thank you, Dr. Ramirez. And you know, your gift tonight is that you don't have to go into full depth before you head off into your next adventure. But anyway, those are my 2 or 3 cents.
Ms.
I do want to
Sims-Moton.
afford credit to Dr. Guillermo Juan, who also was instrumental in the preparation of this report.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Guillermo. Ms.
Great.
Sims-Moton.
I just want to have one comment. I echo Dr. Reed's comments. I just have one more comment with regards to our outreach. I know they're a powerhouse team, but I want to make sure how we are outreaching to our African-American families. I know we've been talking about that, so I want to work a little bit more closely how we do that and making sure that's really part of that and that's very evident in what we're doing.
And absolutely, you've heard me say this before, and I will say it again. We need to improve our efforts in that aspect, in reaching out to our students and families that don't have a large representation, but of course that are important to our school fabric.
Yeah, I think there's a conduit in terms of our students. If we're talking about the student-led there's a conduit to, they have parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles. So I think that's a very place we can actually start with the students and how do we outreach further with their parents. So yes.
Okay. Well, I need a motion.
So moved.
Thanks, Ms. Sims-Moton. Second by Dr. Reed. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Someday I will learn how to connect to the camera here and then also to an agenda. So, okay, I think if stop me if I've missed any agenda items since we are bouncing all over the place, but I think we covered it. Just the remaining ones of coming events, future agenda items. Next meeting, like I mentioned, I'm going to pursue a potential special meeting before the next meeting, but we'll be in touch on that, or perhaps it'll be a study session. But any other future agenda items or coming events that the board would like to raise at this time? Okay, well, with that, Mr. Matsuoka, I think we gave you a parting gift of a 7-hour and almost 15-minute meeting. I think that set a record for us here. Thanks to this
I wouldn't have any other way.
Incredibly involved community. We still have 41 attendees at 12:26 a.m. We started at 324 attendees about 6 hours ago. So it's pretty incredible. And thanks to everybody for extremely productive and intense and memorable board meeting to end this fiscal year. And we'll be back in touch. And with that, I move to adjourn and say,
all in favor, Dr. Matsuoka, Dr. Ramirez. See y'all.
Bye, Dr.
Bye.
Okay. Ooh, good night.